The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
vibe. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay.
Sorry?
Okay, no?
No, I've just been told it's 5 minutes late.
I just said that you said that you started too.
I thought I was starting at 2.
Yeah, that's good
I
as
think
this.
it's the talk at 2 and there's another in.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right.
I would not know.
All good. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to those in the room after lunch, to those joining us online for the very first time. Welcome to TestJS Summit. Firstly, I'd like to thank our sponsors for today. Here are our lovely sponsors. They include Replay, Postman, Focus Reactive, Codium, and Chromatic. You'll hear more about them throughout the day. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Kevin. I'm based here in Berlin, and I run the developer relations team at Directus, an open source toolkit for building back-end and internal applications. Talk to me about anything API generation, database introspection, real-time auth, and most importantly, board games. That's my non-tech hobby. And I'm just really happy to be here today, here in the room, closing out with the last few talks, and for you online, opening up the day for the first time. We have had, with the combined in-person and remote attendance, over 5,200 people attending, which I just think is incredible. And in the room, I need some energy to express how incredible that is. I was expecting a post-lunch slump, so I'm very happy. That was good. Thank you very much, people in the room. And we have people all over the world attending today's conference. We also need to thank our program committee for putting together a fantastic set of talks for the day. And whether you're in person or remote, we have a standard platform to ask our speakers questions. So you can do that by going to slido.com or using the Slido app. I also think they have the domain sli.do, which I think is the most ridiculous. I know what it's for, but I just think like communicate, like sli.do is like a bit clunky. Slido.com. The code is 0007, or you can scan the QR code. Please don't be shy with questions. This is the testing localhost track. So if you want to ask questions to speakers on this track, that's the name of it. And the other one is the production track. Once again, thank you to the sponsors. I've already reeled them off, but again, huge amount of gratitude. Those people in the room, if you haven't spoken to these companies yet, there are some really lovely people around the exhibitor space, so please do take a few moments to do that before the end of the day. We also want to thank our media partners for spreading the word about the conference, and encourage everyone here to be sharing, whether you're in person or remote, photos like where you're watching from today if you're remote, or cool things in the room, pictures of speakers giving their presentations and so on if you're in the room. So whenever you share that on the platform formerly known as Twitter, make sure you tag them with TestJS Summit and we'll be able to pick them up. And by doing so, you may win one of these lovely t-shirts. And the notes here say, and more. Don't know what the more is. I'm sure it's something very, very exciting. If you have not heard of the GitNation Multipass before, I just wanted to take a moment to tell you about this. GitNation run not only TestJS Summit, but a host of other events throughout the year. And you can go and grab a Multipass, and for the year that you have it, you're able to attend all of those events and view the content online. So it's a really fantastic resource. And you should give that a good look. We will talk about the program we have today in just a minute, but just a reminder that all of the information about today's events, including the schedule, you can find at testjssummit.com. If you're watching remotely, you'll be doing that through the watch page. That's this one that you're watching this on right now. This same page will be used on the second conference day, which doesn't have the in-person component. Everyone will be watching that one remotely. You can see there are 2 tabs with 2 tracks, a video player and a timeline underneath. And then there's also Discord and spatial chat to check out as well. The schedule of talks can be seen in the timeline, like so. Look at that, because it wasn't obvious enough without. I kind of just like having the laser, to be honest. So it's quite hard to miss what you want to watch. We also have 2 discussion rooms today. In-person audience, go to the room that's next to this hall to take part in the discussions. And the remote audience, you can take part remotely, right? There's a button on the timeline. You can join the discussion rooms that way. The remote audience also has this virtual venue in this format here. If you want to speak to anyone, it's one of those where, like, I think we've all become accustomed to these in the last few years. It's one of those where as you move closer to other, like, avatars, you get to hear them and be part of the conversations that they're in as well. That's called Spatial Chat. You can also grab that from this watch page. We have 2 discussion rooms, as I previously mentioned. We have a couple of talks still coming up, one on AI testing and one on testing tools and frameworks. And to participate, you go to the room on the lower ground floor, that's up here as well, next to this track, and just don't be shy to participate in those. The whole point of being here is that you can participate in not only watching some fantastic talks and asking questions, but also being part of those discussion spaces. Regardless of whether you're here in person or you're remote, join the Discord server. The link's in the timeline on the website and also in your email inboxes. We'll do some announcements there, and you can also hang out with other attendees and speakers as well. You can get more information about the workshops that are part of this event at testjssummit.com or using that QR code there. And it's now just a moment to pause and stop going through this at such pace and just be mindful and talk about the code of conduct, which is something you must all abide by being here, regardless of whether you're attendees, sponsors, team members, hosts, and so on. We want everyone to feel safe and have a great time at this event, and for that reason, we have a code of conduct. You can find it at on the website there, gitnation.org/COC for code of conduct. Go read it now, and if at any time you feel that there's been a violation, go to that page, find the email it. We're monitoring it, and we'll deal with it. We do not tolerate any form of harassment or discrimination at this event. It is the utmost tenet to make sure everyone has a fantastic day. And that extends not only here in the room, but also through Twitter, X, Spatial Chat, and Discord. So I'm glad we've all agreed this, and we're going to have a fantastic time and make this a great space together. Just as we're starting to wrap up this intro here, over on the website you can also find the jobs board, get special offers from our sponsors. Here is a QR code in order to find those. And where you can also find the link to provide feedback for us. Feedback is not just something that we like notionally ask for, we rely on it. We rely on knowing exactly what parts of this event you have found have worked really well and we should continue, and the areas we can stand to improve. I've been part of a few Git Nation events now, and I actively see feedback being applied as I keep coming back to them. So please do continue to provide feedback so we can make events like this better each and every time. And I think that means we are ready to start with our next speaker. So yeah, that was a lot of information. The upshot is it's all on the website. I've covered what's on the website, and if you need a refresher, you can go check it on the website. But the thing I will keep refreshing you about is Slido, because I saw a couple of eye rolls there. Yeah, Slido, especially for those taking part online, a really important platform for today. This is where everyone, regardless of whether you're in the room or online, can ask questions to our speakers. So slido.com, code is 0007. This is the testing localhost track. And yeah, feel free to ask questions, and afterwards we'll invite our speakers up, and for as much time as we can allow, we will be asking your questions. So I'm now going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, speaking about the perspective of a shift from DevOps to QA Ops. This is the talk I'm so intrigued and excited to hear about. With over 14 years of extensive engineering experience, Markela, I'm so sorry because Manchella, thank you so much. That's what I wanted to say. Manchella is a seasoned QA engineering manager with a profound passion for technology, a strong affinity for open source, and an unwavering commitment to fostering vibrant and inclusive communities. So once again, Slido, 0007, testing localhost track. If you're watching remotely, you can also go to the Q&A localhost track and leave some love. I would love to introduce you to the stage, and the stage is yours. I'm done. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Can you hear me? Good. Thank God I have a microphone, because fun fact about me, I speak really slowly, so microphones are the best thing that happened after QAOps framework. Slides? Oh, jeez. Fingerprints donated. No? Yeah. Nice. So I'm Marcella. I'm an engineering manager, and I just turned 14 years in outsourcing. I'm much older than that. My whole experience is in outsourcing. My background is in quality assurance, and today's presentation is not about me, obviously. It's about QA ops. Please raise your hand if you heard before about QA ops. Okay. And about QA? That was my second joke, thank you. I have so good jokes that I need to mention them, so good. I'm really happy that I'm not forced to start this presentation with showcasing the QA value, because believe it or not, there are still clients out there that they need to showcase the QA value. They need presentation about the QA and what's the value and things like that. So I'm very happy I'm not starting with this today. So we're going to start with the definition of QA ops. It refers to maintaining software quality by approaching it with DevOps mindset. About this DevOps mindset, we're going to talk today, because it is actually the key to the whole this approach. In DevOps, for application development, actually, the key here is about collaboration, right? The development teams and operation teams are working in complete synergy, right? So DevOps, it's more like an inclusive approach. The backbone of the DevOps approach is actually the CI/CD, which I'm not going to explain how it works. I have here, I think, a characteristic image of how it works, but usually when you build an application and you release its first version, after the initial release, you may think that some or maybe a lot of things could have been done better, right? So you start working on implementing changes, you start working on doing a lot of improvements. Continuous integration is actually the practice of integrating the whole these new changes into the main branch, right? So after integrating this to the new branch, you will start automating. So you can, check the functionality. After that, you don't have to wait for the new release date to merge those changes. You can do that very, very quickly. You can update them through this process. Continuous delivery is actually the next step after continuous integration, and it's about making all the changes available to the customers, increasing in this way the customer's satisfaction. Maybe there are some of you that thinks that this QA ops is just another buzzword and it has no meaning. Why is that? It's still DevOps, but it's just another reinvented word. So I highlighted here what I believe is the most important in terms of comparing those terms. So in DevOps, focus is more on deploying software quickly. So this is the quickly, while in QA ops, focus is more on ensuring the quality of the software. Here we have some concepts. First of it, shift-left testing. QA ops advocates this so-called shift-left testing, meaning that you need to start testing as soon as possible, so early in the stages. Why is that? Because we all know that having testing early in the development process will reduce the cost of fixing the bugs after releasing the application. Collaboration and communication, also QA Ops is great advocates for collaboration and communication, fostering shared responsibility. This is also a key concept, shared responsibility between teams, and this also increases finding issues really early in the process. Continuous testing, like I mentioned before, this is done through the CI/CD pipeline. Automation is actually the core of the QA Ops approach. And continuous monitoring, this refers to monitoring the application actually in production, and in this way you will find a lot of performance issues or even user experience related issues in real time. Let's talk a bit about principles and best practices. So, culture of quality. This is really important. You need to establish a culture of quality, and again, like I mentioned before, share responsibility for software quality among all team members. So quality is not about QA engineers. I believe it's a shared responsibility. Test early and test often, like I said, and like I mentioned before. Begin testing as soon as possible in the development process. Automate everything, but do not automate everything that is possible. So focus on automating repetitive tasks, including test scripts creation, execution, and reporting. Continuous feedback loop. You need to promote cross-functional collaboration to leverage the skills of all team members for obviously quality improvement. Cross-functional testing teams encourage continuous feedbacks and improvement through feedback communication and retrospective. I'm pretty sure there are many of us that don't like retrospective, but believe me, they are really important. I believe, which is my personal belief, that the best candidates for having or for implementing this QA Ops approach are the startups. And I want to take the opportunity and mention about a Romanian startup which is called TimeWorks. And their mission is building the leading data processing platform to make your time work for you. Because time is money, right? Why they are early adopters? Well, their main goal is obviously their product, but their product quality. So they are early adopters of this QA Ops approach by fostering a good collaboration between their teams, started to integrate everything they do, continue with starting with repetitive tasks, continue with their testing types that they are doing, like unit testing, integration testing, and so on. And then they are fostering a good collaboration between them and their small community that they are building it. So they are paying a lot more attention to what the customers needs, their user needs, and so forth. Good. Speaking about the implementation steps, I can tell you that they're not. This is not easy. So it's just like in life. You need the right tools, and you need the right weight, right? So selecting about right tools, this can be quite challenging because you may think that it's better to have for a QA, from a QA perspective, better to have an automation framework that is useful for UI and another one for backend testing, but actually you may have to think that you will double your work in terms of maintenance. So keeping always in mind what's the goal. The goal is the product and the quality of it. Next, integrating with DevOps pipelines. This is all about integration of automation into the CI/CD pipeline. This will ensure continuous testing and faster feedback. Defining test automation strategy. This is also important to have a good test automation strategy in order to address sorts of testing that you need to do for your product. Test data management, you need to ensure that you have proper test data management to create in this way realistic testing scenarios, and obviously to avoid data-related issues. And continuous monitoring and reporting. This is also to track the performance and identify quality issues. There are many challenges, but I highlighted here just a few of them, which I believe that there are the most important ones. Cultural shift. I believe that fostering a culture of collaboration may be challenging. This is not only challenging for bigger companies, but also for the startups or for the smaller companies. Tool integration. You may want to integrate everything, but you may think that this will require effort and expertise, and you may not have it. So this is a really big challenge. And last but not least, skill gaps. This is all about training, and again, training. If challenges are accepted, then QAOps also have some benefits. First of this list of benefits is reducing time to migrate, which I believe is really important. Higher software quality, collaboration and communication. I think I mentioned this a lot in my presentation, but this can also foster a positive working environment. I know that we as developers and maybe as engineers in general, we don't like to collaborate more. We just want to, lock up in a room and create our own piece of code, and that's it. But this is not about having a lot of meetings. This is about processes and about better, collaboration. Cost savings. Early defect detection and automation can reduce the costs of fixing the defects, and continuous improvement. This leads to continuous improvement in processes and products. Just to conclude, the shift to QAOps is not just a methodology change. It's more just like a strategic move through unlocking rapid and high quality software delivery. And I believe that QAOps will leverage AI and machine learning for intelligent test case generation, advanced monitoring, and so on. I believe that this will lead to some sort of guidelines in terms of software development processes, and that AI-driven insights will help teams make informed decisions and, more important, optimize testing efforts. Good. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. We've already had some questions. Please feel free to take a seat. For those in the audience, either here in person or online, just remember you can continue to ask questions using Slido. And then there's also a speaker Q&A space by the reception here in the main space after our Q&A time is out. We only have a few minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. The first question is, what are the tricks, or do you have, could I just get the questions popped up here? Thank you. What are the tricks or tips to establish quality mindset in the organization, not only among QAs?
Yeah, this is a really good question. When it comes to mindset, it's all about educate people, right? Like I mentioned before, my whole experience is in outsourcing, and there are three types of clients. One, the client that wants an application from scratch, and that he doesn't, force you to use any tools. Mm-hmm. So you have the full autonomy to choose the right tools. Second, start from scratch an application, but they are forcing you to use their tools. Let's say they're forcing to use an automation framework just because of reasons. And the third sort of clients are the ones that are having already an application ongoing, and they need to outsource resources and help them with the process. It's very hard for all those three types of clients, because if you already entered in an existing team, you will need to change the whole mindset, the whole processes and everything. If you're starting from scratch with your own team, it will be much easier. But if you're starting from scratch with their team, it will also be challenging. So it's just to conclude here, is all about educating people and team members. And this takes time. You need to invest trainings.
So that's great if you have leadership that buys into the need for that training. Do you have any tips for where you don't necessarily have that buy-in, but in order for this discipline to be successful, you need to be able to enact this training, this education?
I don't think you need to force anything. You can start, and if they don't want, I don't believe that forcing people do trainings or do whatever I think is good is not the best practice.
Thank you. So the next question we have, wow, we have so many questions coming in. This is wonderful. Thank you, everyone. So the next most upvoted question is this. So QA Ops would be a new role. I think this is a more in a inquisitive type of question. So QA Ops would be a new role in dev teams, or is it just the name for a more active QA involvement in the development process?
That's again a really good question. Fun fact, I've seen on LinkedIn that there are a lot of new job titles like DevOps QA or Release Manager, and their description was all about this QA Ops framework. So they needed more like an DevOps engineer to do also some quality assurance work in release management environment. This is not actually a role. QA Ops is just an approach. It's the framework, and I believe it never meant to be a role. But companies, due to this trendy trend, they use for fancy functions, roles.
Yeah. Trendy trends being the technical term, of course. Yeah. So this is a kind of adjacent question to that one. So on a glance, it looks like QA Ops is involved throughout the delivery process. So does that mean it has to be a jack of all trades? Like, what are the specific skills required to be a QA Ops practitioner?
I believe that QA role had come to an evolution. When I started back in 2009, I started as a manual QA, and I was only doing manual work. Then I transitioned into automation, and then into leadership and management. I believe that that sort of quality control work that we used to do back in the days, this is not what QA means today. So in terms of skills, I believe that you don't have to necessarily know automation to work in a QA ops approach, but that would be nice to have, but I don't think it's necessary. You can hire people that know automation if you have resources and money, but you need to understand the whole CI/CD integration process,
Sure.
and you need to know the product. This whole approach is about knowing the product and how to speed up the development. So you need to be involved in all those, let's say, activities that we don't want to be involved, like grooming, planning, and I've seen a lot of teams and a lot of people that were saying that QA has nothing to do with development, planning, and grooming, and so on. But this is actually important. So just to conclude, because I'm speaking a lot and I'm not going to
Very
any point.
interesting. Don't worry.
I believe that you need to have some DevOps skills, but not only. You need to have also communication skills or soft skills, and also to know the industry that you are working, the product. This is really important. In order, for the tech part, obviously you also need to know automation.
Yeah. It does sound a little bit more like jack of all trades. I mean, obviously, forget the master of none for a moment. Yeah, it sounds like, as you say, DevOps plus an additional set of skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. This next one is a question which I don't think we were ever going to avoid, because it seems to be the theme of every tech conference in this current moment. Are you using AI for any of your testing activities? If so, how? If not, why not? That'd be interesting too.
Me and my team are actually working to a new platform, AI platform for testing. There are a lot of them on the market. You can generate test cases, you can log issues automatically, you can integrate test management tools with CI/CD pipelines and so on. But our goal is to have completely new AI testing platform that could be customized for every client needs.
Sure.
Maybe I'm from another world, because I only work in outsourcing, and maybe in product things are going different, but you may ask why we're doing this from scratch and not using the tools that are already on the market. And I say that the clients are very different, with different needs, and we believe that this is the best thing to do. So this is actually an ongoing process. I also use ChatGPT, like many of you, I believe, and Copilot. But I don't think this can replace the humans,
Yeah.
It's just for having more, productive way of working, helping.
And that very much echoes some of the things that have already been said today. Olga's talk earlier was very much, or coming up if you're remote, spoilers. There are elements of, yes, it can help you be more efficient. It will not do the work for you. It could do the work for you, and probably quite poorly. So it's about augmenting your practice, especially the menial repetitive work, to allowing you to be more efficient, not remove the work entirely.
Yeah.
I have One other question, it's been asked in a few different ways. What kind of training do you think people need? We spoke about the need for training and education, but more specifically, do you have any suggestions on what kind of training teams will need?
Well, it depends on the product, on what you are developing. It depends on the teams and their skills and what they need to improve. Maybe you have a team full of automation engineers, so you just have to work on training them how to use Jenkins or other CI/CD pipelines. So it depends on the team, on the product, and depends. It's mostly technical trainings that you can do, but not only technical. You need to also, like I mentioned before, you need to be a very good communicator and to step in when needed.
Yeah, fascinating. Thank you very much. So just a reminder once again, we have there are still more questions and we're out of time to ask them right here on the stage. There is a speaker Q&A section round by the front, and if you're online you can get to it from the timeline to continue asking more questions. Please join me in giving a massive round of applause. Then we're going to take a short break or ability to move rooms, so a few minutes before the next talk begins. But let's not skimp on the round of applause. Please join me.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the. Every time I do that, the people's heads snap in such a way, I feel like I'm shocking you into listening. Hello and welcome back to the testing localhost room, to everyone in the room and online. Firstly, I wanted to remind you about today's discussion rooms on AI testing, which has just started, but you're more than welcome to kind of float between spaces if you feel like that's a space you want to be in. And then there's going to be another one later on testing tools and frameworks. For those online, it's in the timeline. For those in the room, you can follow the markings on the ground if you leave this space. Or I can show it to you on the floor plan. We're here. It's there. I'm sure you can find your way. I also want to just take a moment to thank a couple of our sponsors today, a couple of our silver sponsors, Codium and Chromatic. Thank you so much for supporting this conference. And even though we're starting to near the end, in fact, I think this is the last talk in this track, we're going to give them some energy. Better than I expected. That was very good. Well done, team. This is the last time I'm going to be delivering this message to you today in the room. But in order to ask questions to our speaker, feel free to use Slido, slido.com, 0007. There's the QR code. This is the testing localhost track. And with that, I get to introduce Jason, our last speaker for today. I'm extremely excited to talk about how or why to stop triaging your test suite. Very excited to hear it. Jason is a self-proclaimed JavaScript time traveler, a DevTools dev, and a recent dad exploring the joys of fatherhood. Please put your hands together, and Jason, the stage is yours.
Thank you. At the end of this talk, all of you can become JS time travelers as well. So, before we begin, raise your hand if you've got a browser test suite. Good, okay. Raise your hand if you've got more than 10 tests. Keep them up if you've got 20. All right, 50, do we have 50? Okay. Do I hear 100? Right. Any thousands? Ah, shame on all of you. What about Selenium? Who uses Selenium? Playwright? Damn. Puppeteer? Okay. Cypress? Sweet. Who has flaky tests? I thought that might happen. Who's fixed their flaky test this year? Past 6 months? Yeah. 3 months? Who's fixed their flaky test in the past week? Yes. So this talk is called Stop Triaging Your Test Suite. Triaging for me is when you've set up rules like, if it's flaky more than this amount, and it's been failing for longer than this amount, we're gonna have to start skipping them. We're gonna have to get somebody somewhere to fix it. And it hurts me. Everybody at scale has set up some set of policy about their flaky tests and have disabled a certain number of flaky tests. And that hurts me. But the reality is if you have code, there are going to be bugs. Even this slide has a bug. Who sees the bug? What's the bug? Yes, there's a second eye, 3 eyes. There should not be that second eye, but there are bugs everywhere. And if you have bugs, you're going to have flaky tests. So I come from Replay.io. A bunch of us from Mozilla started Replay 3 years ago, and we're building the first time travel-enabled browser dev tools. We're also the ones with the bucket hats. So if you want a cool duck rubber bucket hat, come by later. We've got them. We'd love to give them to you. And over the past couple of years, we've been talking to hundreds of teams about their browser tests. So I thought I'd share a couple observations before we just jump into some demos. Really, really simple talk. I want to just do 3 demos. So, first observation. Tests are more difficult at scale. You would think it'd get easier at scale, but we've talked to some of the biggest companies in the world, and yeah, Facebook and Apple and Google are struggling, and they've got all the tests. So as it gets bigger, it gets harder. That is sad. Second, everybody blames their tests. They're like, I can't write stable tests in Cypress. I'm going to switch to Playwright. It's going to be flaky there too, because the flakiness comes from the application. Yeah, sure, there's some bad tests because it's code too, but there's a lot more application code and back-end code that's causing instability. We've got to be able to understand that. This one is personal to me. I see these small QA teams trying to maintain the test suite, and they can't. And then I see these other teams, sometimes at really big companies, where one dev's like, we've got to have a test suite. Okay, sure. They bring it in, they write a lot of tests. The devs look at the test like, it's kind of failing. They don't want to touch it. So it's like on that one person to try to keep this thing alive. And they're like holding on and they bet their career on like, hey, I think we should have tests. But people like start to turn on the tests and blame the tests. It takes a whole team to buy in. But in order to buy in, you've got to have a way to actually improve them reliably. Otherwise, flakiness is tough. Product and QA should be involved. I see all these teams where it's like the QA team or the product team. It's never like, hey, can we work on this test suite together? Because the QA team understands the test suites and the product team understands the application. You kind of have to understand both in order to have a great test suite. I believe you can measure the health of the test suite with two graphs that nobody looks at. The first is how many tests do you have, and is that going up? Or is that like plateaued, or in many times going down because you added the tests and they're like slowly being skipped, disabled, deleted, etc. And the other graph is how many people are contributing to the test suite. Yeah, you had all these devs excited by the test suite, but now that's kind of a pain. And it's like slowly going down. It's like on that one person, like keep it alive. If you can get a test suite that is growing as your application grows and is getting more and more contributors because more people care about the test and they see the ROI, you are healthy. The state of end-to-end test right now does not seem healthy to me. Yes, it is possible. We have been helping teams improve their test suite, and as a result, have been happier with their tests, adding more tests. It is possible to do it. I feel like I have to put that in at times because there's so much anxiety around the end-to-end test suite. Like, we've got to get off of end-to-end tests and just use unit tests because those are more maintainable. If you can create a great end-to-end test suite, you can maintain it even easier than a unit test because they're simple, and they should be simple. Click, type, etc. And then lastly, for all the VPs of engineering out there, of the hundreds of teams I've talked to, the teams that are delivering the most value for their users also have the best test suite. The test suite is what helps them ship with confidence. So there really is an ROI on the other side. All right, on to the demos. So I've got 3 demos today. The first one is our little Hello World e-commerce app. It's a little hoverboard. And you go to buy something, and you can't buy the hoverboard. That is the entire app. So this test ran, let's see, it ran 2 days ago. But with Replay, when we're in Replay DevTools, it says if the application is running locally on your computer right now and you've got the Cypress app open. The panel here lets you see what the test looked like at any point. You can see the elements that were selected. Everything should just work. But there is this special button here, Jump to Code. And when I click it, it takes me into Replay DevTools, and I'm paused in the component that's handling that click. And now that I'm paused here, I can see that the click kicked off a fetch. So I can jump forward and I can hover on, let's say, like the form data and see the value. I can see what form.action was, which is where the API was kicked off. I can jump forward in time. And when I jump forward in time, I can hover on like response and see like this was not okay. Jump a little further forward, hover on the error message, see that too. I can debug the application as if it's running live and it just failed for the first time. Of course, you've got React DevTools. You can spec components. And in this case, you can also find a fetch and see the original fetch that was kicked off, the request, and the response body. And once you understand the problem, actually fixing is pretty easy. But the key is being able to figure out what went wrong. So that's Replay in a nutshell. This is our Hello World app. Let's get to the more interesting ones. So this app is Metabase. And Metabase offers a tool that lets you basically query your database. So it's good for writing SQL queries. And when the test fails, this drop-down here is showing one element. But when the test passes, the drop-down, it's so fast. Tests are so fast these days. The drop-down has 2. See how it says like use original value and custom? That's what's good. But in the failing case, it only says use original. So let's figure out why. So I'm going to jump into this test. And if I want to find the component that we're talking about, I could jump on this click, which is going to like take me to the drop down, which we're like opening. You can even see like there's toggle here and everything. But a better thing to do would be to use React DevTools, find the component right here, scroll up because Metabase is massive. So all of these components are wrapping the thing that is this one field map settings component. You can see that there's a field here, a table, all that good stuff. I'm going to jump to the source code. You can see that the 3 options for the dropdown are like original, foreign, and custom. We don't care about foreign, but I'm just going to grab this variable and search for in the code. So the first thing here is a little bit random, so we're going to jump past that. And now we have this function called get available mapping types. And this is the function that the component uses to figure out which drop-down items to include in the component. And so what I'm going to do is just add a console log, because console logging is the best debugging, right? Yeah, add the console log, rerun. In our case, you can add a console log by clicking this plus button, and you're done. So I click it, and there are console logs right there. But I'm going to change it to log the one variable that actually matters, mapping types. And this thing is the list that shows up in the dropdown. So here, we can see that's just one item because like the test failed and it's only showing one item. But if I jump over to this other test where it passed, and I find the same file, and I find that same function, get available mapping types, there you are, and add the same console log, there are 2. And it's original and custom. So then the question is like, okay, cool. It's only doing one thing. Why is it only doing one thing? Well, there is this function here where it says like, if it's a mappable numerical thingamajiggy, great, include it, otherwise don't. So let's find where this like has mappable thing is defined. Okay, it's right above. And this thing is looking at the remapping variable and saying, hey, does it have any keys that do these things, yada, yada, yada? All I really care about is remapping. And I can see the answer is not really. The map is empty. And because the map is empty, we don't have what we need. And we can just like quickly see that the field is this field, and it has nothing in remapping. And if we want to see where the field's getting us values, well, they use Redux. So like, let's just check here. Sure. And in here, we have the field. We have the fetch. I believe there should be field values in here too. This is kind of random to me. Field values. And sorry, the data was empty. No values. And then the network monitor would show the same thing. So we can go from like, hey, the React component did this thing for this reason, to Redux got this data, but it was incomplete, to the network made a request, and the response like had nothing in there. Working backwards, the problem. All right, example 3. So this one's going to seem really meta, because what we're looking at here is Replay's test suite dashboard. And this is a test that we wrote ourselves that was failing all of last week, which I believe we fixed yesterday, but I'm here, not there, so I'm not 100% sure. I just think that's the case. And the other thing that's meta about this test is the test is asserting that there are 5 flaky tests. And it says there are 5 flaky tests right here, and it says there are 5 flaky tests up there in that yellow badge, but all of these results show up as passed. So what we're saying here is the test for showing failed results is failing because it thinks the test passed, but it really failed. I'm sorry, there's like many levels of inception going on here. But we can do the same thing. We use React DevTools. We find the test result list item right here. We look at the test under question. The test had a result of flaky, so it believes it was flaky, but we still showed it as passed. We can jump to the test right here. This part's a little bit weird, so bear with me. If I add a console log, and I log the test.sourcePass, you're going to see there are a lot of these things, like 180 of them. Way, way too many renders. But I want to find the right one, so I'm going to go to React, And I'm just going to grab this one, the authenticated comments 02. I just don't want to type, so bear with me. Comments 01, great, okay. And now I'm going to add a condition. Test.sourcePath equals this thing. And now we're only going to see the ones we care about. Great. And I can pause here and I'll see that the test was in fact passed. It should have been failing. Thank you. Bugs everywhere. Much better. Okay. And the test was flaky, but this label that's being passed down says it passed. It's lying. Why is it lying? Well, I'm running out of time, so if you want to know why it's lying, I can share the replay with you later. Or it's open source, so you can just check it out yourself. Going back to the talk. By the way, this talk, which I can share, just has the link right there. What do we talk about? With replay DevTools, we get to solve the reproducibility problem. Tests that fail 1% of the time are difficult to debug because they fail 1% of the time, and often not on your computer, only in CI. If you can get a recording, you can debug it as if it reproduces every time because you have it right there. With replay, because it's a time machine, you can work backwards. The car has crashed into the tree. You can rewind the clock to when the car was careening and swerving before it hits the tree. We can start off with the React component that has a drop-down that looks bad and work backwards to the state that caused the component to render the way it did, and then where the state came from. We can collaborate. We can work as a team. You can start debugging a flaky test and say, I got this far. I have these questions. I'm going to drop some comments and mention other people on the team who can look at it. You can ping QA, and QA can ping you. You can collaborate. And I can't stress this enough. Flaky tests are difficult because timing issues are really difficult to understand. But when you have a time machine and you can work forward and backwards and narrow in on the problem, some of the hardest bugs become easy. And that's replay. And I hope you can all stop triaging your tests and have good tests.
Thank you very much. We have had so many questions. Please join me while I quick fire them to you. Okay.
Oh boy.
So one question is just trying to understand the framing of what replay is and how we talk about it. Is replay an individual testing framework, or is it always still reliant on something like Cypress, Playwright, and so on?
Oh, oops. Replay's a browser.
There we go.
We forked Chrome and taught it how to record and deterministically replay later.
Great. Thank you. That helps. Glad we got that one out.
Oops.
That's all good. Okay, what is one actionable recommendation that teams can adopt right now to improve their end-to-end test suites?
Add replay.
Wow, okay, well, we are quick firing these, aren't we? This one's actually a really interesting question, if you can talk somewhat about it. Internally, how does the time machine in replay work?
The key is to be able to replay. So if I gave you a function, Fibonacci, you've got the function, you've got the input. You don't need to record anything. You just run it again. If you change Fibonacci to, instead of taking the input, read the input from a file, that's what you need to record. Next time you run, it thinks it's reading from the file, but you've just captured that one piece. It's like MSW, but for software. What we've done with Chrome is we've taught it how to capture all the communication with the OS so that later it thinks it's running on your computer, it thinks it's yesterday, it thinks it's making all those API calls. Every time it makes an OS system call, we capture it and then give it the value from before.
Thank you. And then once again, you can always ask follow-up questions through Slido as well. So yeah, I think this one might have been answered in framing Replay as a browser. But do you have to start the application locally? Like there's something here about the workflow, a bunch of questions, even the following one, it feels a little bit like this.
Yeah.
Do you have to start the application locally to be able to debug tests? And the next one is like, does Replay have to have access to the source code? Like, do you have to publish the source code to use Replay? I think these are all in the same realm of questions.
We're doing the what is Replay? So
someone's gotta.
Yeah. So in order to use Replay, let's say in CI, you have to tell your test framework to use the Replay browser. Okay, I'm not going to use Chrome. I'm not going to use Firefox. I'm going to use Replay Chrome. Here's the browser. Use it. Once you do that, every time that the test runs, it's going to create a recording. So like browser tab opens, browser tab closes, new recording file. When all the tests have run, you have all these recordings on disk. You decide which ones you want to upload. Maybe you just want to upload the failing ones. I don't really care. When you upload it, you get a URL. We put that URL in a PR comment. It's like, hey, your test failed. Want to click? Click. And then you get to Replay DevTools. That's what I was showing you. But that means that in any browser, like Safari or Firefox or Chrome, you can open Replay DevTools. It's going to be talking to the Replay backend. And in the Replay backend, we have thousands of Docker containers. And each Docker container has a browser that thinks it's running on the original device. It's just replaying.
It's almost like injecting yourself in a point of this process where normally you'd go off and use a standard browser, let's say, and then it's able to spy on every activity that happens within that test.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
What are I feel like, again, you covered this a little bit, but it has a lot of upvotes, so I do want to talk about it explicitly. If you just had to surmise, what are the advantages of
You can't add a console log. If you look at like Cypress Replay or Playwright Trace Viewer or any observability tool out there, they're never going to let you pause at a line of code and inspect the state. You'll never be able to add a console log on line 10 and see the logs because they're not actually replaying. They're capturing the DOM and showing you like the fancy video, which is cool. Like there's value in that. But it's not actually spinning up a browser that can replay and pause that line of code.
Can we just take a few steps back on
Sure.
the what is Replay once again? Right. So it's a browser. It basically will capture all of the interactions that are made with the underlying OS. So you can capture a bunch more information and use that as part of your debugging practice. Replay itself runs on your machine. You like download it and you run it. Like there's something in there that isn't quite sitting. Replay is also a service and a company that needs to exist. There's something in there that, for me at least, isn't quite locking in knowledge-wise.
Sure.
So how would one go about setting up Replay for a project?
So to simplify it, anybody can go to Replay.io, click download, and get the Replay browser. And when you use it, there's a little like record button in the top right. You click record, you do some things, click save, you get a URL, and then you can view that replay. Now, when you're viewing that replay, there is a browser in the cloud that is replaying that session and letting you do all the debugging features. What that means is you get the retroactive debugging kind of as part of that service. But at the core, it's a browser that can replay. We happen to be replaying like browser OS internals, but like you don't think about that. You think about it in terms of like what's in the network monitor. Can I add a console log on 10? Those kinds of things.
Interesting. I think that makes sense. Cool. And so really the service side of it is the fact that it then also runs in the cloud. And
that's the key.
And in theory, following on to the next question, can Replay record my debugging actions too so I can share and save them with others?
Ooh, that's where commenting is really nice. Like you're debugging, you're like, ooh, this line's interesting, and this line's interesting, and this line's interesting. Great, drop some comments, and then later you can be like, what was I doing? Oh, that's what I was doing. And you can share that with others as well.
And obviously that is part of the appeal of having a service that it's kind of weird, it's hybrid. It's like it runs on your machine, but to really unlock the power of it in a team setting, you also want it available.
I think with like Figma, there are a lot of designers before Figma who are kind of working their own sketch file or Photoshop file. But when you bring Figma in, then the entire team can be part of the design process. For me, I think about all the developers who are doing all the debugging by themselves in a dark room at like 2 a.m. and it's hard. And it's so nice to make debugging, which has been this historically walled garden. Like you can do it, but like you can't do it with others, and like only people who can debug for long times by themselves can become developers, making that collaborative as well.
This is a really interesting question. So if Replay is its own browser, won't there also be an issue of not working in exactly the same space as users?
I mean, it is Chromium. We've made minor modifications.
Cool. But again, it's not like I can capture other rendering engines. It is a Chromium browser. And we are testing in the context of a Chromium browser.
I think all runtimes should be recordable. So we come from Mozilla. So we started with Firefox. Chrome is kind of important, so we're prioritizing Chrome. But I see a future where, I mean, we also have a node recorder too for the backend. Python, Ruby, Java, obviously Safari, all are recordable.
There's a bunch of questions here that I think might be a little bit more quickfire. So can Replay also do unit and component testing, or is it mainly focused on end-to-end testing?
Sure, you can do component testing.
Yeah? How would that feel different to what you showed us today?
It would be almost identical.
Yeah?
If the component test runs in the browser, you've got it. If you're focused on Node and you're using a Node recorder, sure, you can do that.
Cool. Just taking a very quick look at some of the other questions while we have just a couple more minutes. Can Replay access app code even if I'm doing black box testing, meaning you can't access the app code itself? Because I think there was something interesting there where you kept like moving back into the code, but I suppose that's the shipped code. That's a bundle that is shipped to users.
Think of Replay DevTools as Chrome DevTools. You don't have to do anything to set up Chrome DevTools. You just like open up Chrome DevTools, like, hey, I can inspect my app. But you do need source maps. And most source maps are not shipped to prod. Like if you're in development, you have source maps. Same with Replay. If you're using Replay and there's source maps in CI, you're good. Nothing you need to do. If you're using Replay in dev and there's source maps, nothing you need to do. If you ask support to record the bug in prod, or support asks a really important user who wants the bug fixed to record a replay, you don't have source maps, so you're kind of in trouble. But what people do to get around this is they upload their source maps to Sentry and other tools, so the source maps are available in that prod setting, but only like for those services. If you update your build tool to also upload to Replay, you'll have source maps as well.
Cool. So yeah, I think that just the other part that isn't quite sitting with me too is like, so how would you integrate Replay into a CI pipeline?
Yeah, for Cypress, it's like npm install Replay Cypress, add it to the Cypress config, you're done. For Selenium, download the browser ahead of time, update the, WebDriver IO config, browser path to your Replay Chromium, you're done.
A question that's just come in that's interesting that I want to just take a moment on is, could you use Replay for testing an Electron-based app? So that's not strictly running in the browser, but it is.
I mean, what is Electron? Electron's like half Node, half Chrome. We don't have an Electron build, but you can imagine if we have a Node recorder and a Chrome recorder, like, we have an Electron build. Yeah, let's just say it's on the roadmap.
Cool. And, I mean, yeah.
Sure.
Does Replay work in a headless mode as well?
Yeah.
And of course, that's needed to like run it in CI environments.
Yeah, we do both.
Yeah,
it's just a browser.
I'm going to just take just a couple of seconds. We have just a minute more. We have so many questions. I'm going to literally give me 10 seconds. I'm going to find the ones that we spend this last few moments.
Can I do the costing one?
Yeah. There you go.
So
I could just go home. You could do this alone. No, go on.
It looks fun.
Yeah, sure. So we've already spoken briefly about that cloud part of the service being the key for a sustainable business, i.e. it will cost money in some ways. Let's talk about that. How does it work? Go on, then.
So 2 things on cost. The first is overhead. So the really weird thing about Replay is it's cheaper to record a replay than to record a video. So when Cypress had Cypress Video, that added more overhead than recording a replay. The video that's in our Replay DevTools, we created after the fact while we were playing. So Replay is really cheap when you're recording in CI from just a perspective of overhead. The second thing is on the cost side, most tools say upload everything. We say upload the things you want. And when you upload just like the 5 failures for this test and 5 failures for this test, et cetera, it's fairly reasonable. Like we try to keep costs pretty good. That's never been a reason people haven't used Replay.
Cool. Please join me in giving Jason a massive round of applause and make it even bigger because this track's done. We did it. It's done. Thank you ever so much for a fantastic talk. Nothing terrible happened there, don't worry. But for people in the room, or actually before the people in the room thing, so there are a couple of discussions going on. And the one that I want to draw your attention to, the next one is testing tools and frameworks. That'll be over in the discussion room. You can get to it on the timeline as well on the website. For those in the room, we're going to be taking a 30-minute break. Take this opportunity, go have a chat with the sponsors, go have more of a chat with Jason, tweet, recharge, go to the toilet, grab a drink, grab some fresh air. But you won't be coming back here, so bye.
And cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies. All because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies. Only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
time. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
so alive. Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight,
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Hello. Oh my gosh, that was louder than I think any of us expected. Hello, good morning everyone. How are you feeling? Energized? I will take it. It was really on the cusp there. But welcome to the Testing Localhost track. My name's Kevin. I'll be looking after you in this stage today. And with that, I'm going to get off stage as quickly as possible. Before I do, I just want to remind you of Slido once again. This is how we're going to ask questions to our speakers today. If you haven't already got in Slido, I'm going to slow down here for just 20 seconds, give you a chance to do it. That's right, QR code, slido.com, code is 0007. You can ask questions throughout, and at the end, we'll have some time. We will sit down with each speaker, and we will ask the questions. Also, feel free to keep the open and upvote questions, or thumbs up. I forgot the Slido terminology. But, you know, say you would like that question asked, and that will basically be how we rank them and ask them for the most part. When you ask questions, if you can, could you please just prepend your question with the name of the speaker? Maya's coming up first. And that means, because we just have one question thread for the whole day, so it just lets us know, oh, that was actually a question for a previous talk, so on and so forth. So yeah, slido.com or the QR code 0007, ask questions throughout. You don't have to wait to the end. You have it, ask it. And with that, let's move on to our first speaker. I have the pleasure of introducing Maya to talk to you about component testing with Vitest. Vitest? Vitest. We will find out shortly. Maya is a senior software engineer at Microsoft, working extensively with JavaScript and front-end frameworks. Maya is also a published author, an international speaker, and an open source library maintainer of front-end and web projects, including Storefront UI, a UI framework for e-commerce. Once again, Slido 0007. Ask questions throughout, do not be shy, and give a huge round of applause to Maya. The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it's pretty early in the morning though, and what is it? Yep, it's buffering. How are you feeling today? On good? You had coffee? I actually got a sip of coffee, and I'm still very cold. The weather is crazy to me. Anyway, so before we deep dive into our talk, I just want to repeat what I was talking about myself. So I'm Maya Shavin. I'm a senior software engineer in Microsoft. I'm working for a group called Microsoft Industry AI. So we do kind of like leverage different AI technologies to build industry-specific solutions with ChatGPT, GPT, and all this module. I have my book published just 2 days ago. Yes. So if you haven't known Vue before, you want to learn Vue, yeah, check it out. And I'm also an open source maintainer. You can follow me at Maya.Shavin or follow my blog post. I post article once in every blue moon, hopefully. Anyway, testing. So, yep, we have to test. Everyone knows that, right? I have a disclaimer before I move on. I hate tests. Yeah. I do hate tests. Every time when I come to test, I hate tests. Before I come to test, I say, yeah, everyone have to write tests. Everyone, literally including me. And I always say to everyone in my team, you got to write tests. But when I go to write tests myself, I like, come on. Why do anyone want tests? Well, we know that we need tests, but we always face the dilemma, and that's why we hate tests, kind of. Code base complexity. Anyone work with a very large code base will know the pain when you need to write tests. And you need to write tests in order not to make sure that your test will only check what happened in your code and not because someone else do something and then it affect your qualities of your code. Testing framework. How I'm going to choose framework. What framework are you going to choose? And yes, this talk is about another framework. Yeah, I know that. And learning curve. Every time we talk about new testing framework, or we switch from one testing framework to another because that the other one is way cooler and faster, we always have a learning curve. Because not everyone like to agree, not every API looks the same, feel the same, do the same thing. And come down to a very specific point of dilemma here. You pass all of this, you still need to make sure that your test pass the minimum coverage of your code base. And what happens if someone decided that it's 90% of your code base need to be test covered? Then you do. Like 89 or 99 is not 90. And that's prevent your PR to be merged, and you probably want to lift up the table and shout at someone for that. And that's all come down to one single thing. All this dilemma come down to one single thing: time. How are we going to put time in and effort into testing, right? But we need to do it. So how are we going to do it? Well, before choosing framework, before going to V-test, we always have to plan. I see a lot of developers that tend to jump into code directly and write the picture, make it work, and then take care of tests later. That's actually the wrong approach. First, we need to decide what kind of projects we want to test. Is it C#? Is it JavaScript? Did I just say C#? Yeah, it's not really relevant to this one, but for Microsoft, I have to talk about C#. Anyway, so the type of project, whether it's a back end or the front end, or it's just a bunch of API, or it's just a bunch of component, open source project, so on. On this type of project, this will decide what kind of testing plan you need to have. And prioritizations. What are your prioritizations here? You want to have fast testing result, like testing process. You want to run parallel. How many parallel worker you want to run your test on? Once in our team, we have a test run that took about 8 hours to complete. That tells you how much complex our code base is. And it comes to the point that we cannot wait for that, and we have to go and evaluate our testing system and add something that reduces it to half the amount. And yep, and that was done with Playwright, not V-test, but it's relevant. Keep the test in order so that people will know what is going on here, what's going on there, which test failed, and so on. And automate. You don't need manual testing anymore, because if you do your automate testing, you write the right test, then the whole test, the automation, testing automation will make sure that your code is coverage. So everything, when you plan about testing, you make sure that you plan for automate first and foremost. And lastly, all this comes down to one thing: choose the right tool. Always choose the tool be at the bottom. Never choose the tool first and go around it. Because if you go choose the tool first, 5 years later, another tool come out, you do. Because you have to do migration and all that. And go back to our matrix here. you probably got used to this metrics, right? It's the famous metric for every testing book is about. Have 3 layers. Unit test is making testing, you're going to test your piece of code, really literally piece of code, independent. And integration, when you test all these piece of code together and see if the flow going on correctly. And end-to-end test is just the last piece of the puzzle. Just make sure that the actual user interaction is okay, using the real data is okay. In this talk, we're not going to discuss about end-to-end test. We're going to talk about integration and unit testing with VTest. But first, the demo. So in this talk, I'm going to use a demo of a very simple component called Movies. What it does here, it has 3 features. Display a movie gallery, allow user to filter out the movie by title by giving an input. And the third one is the movie have to be fetched from external API, which is asynchronous. Okay, the code will look kind of simple like that. It's nothing out of the box here, just a bunch of JSX. So, how are we going to test it? How are we going to test the movie component here? Well, for that, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to test the component logic, which is just the hook, because I'm using in this one, you can write the whole component with every logic inside, but it's better to split this logic in its own hooks and then test it accordingly and leave the components separately. Because this way, you would not have to, when the component expands or when you have to add more features, you won't have end up with a very long component and you don't know what it's going to be. And lastly, after you test the hooks, what you can do is just perform what you have to do. It just perform another sanity component test with all these hooks were mocked. So this way you have 2 things. You test the logic and you test the component based on the assumption that your logic works. Okay, now that comes to VTest now. How many people here are familiar with VTest? So you probably know what it called, VTest or VTest? Who think that is VTest? Good. Actually, me too. Who thinks it's VTest? The rest, right? Okay, yep. Well, everyone say VTest, so that's meaning. It's like when I first come to Vit, I thought it was Vite. Because we say light, so it's supposed to be Vite, right? But then I say, no, it's Vit. I'm like, what? Anyway, that's the naming. So VTest is what developed by the Vit team for Vit Power. Vit by Vit Power projects, and but now it's become it's not just limited to Vit Power projects. So you probably can use with other Webpack project also. It's a JavaScript and TypeScript unit testing framework, and it's just released 1.00 version. Also 2 days ago. Wow. So it's stable to use. It's very fast. I can vouch for this because we use at work. We switch from Jest to VTest, and it's really, really fast. It's come with TypeScript and JSX support out of the box. And of course, the syntax is almost the same with Jest and Mocha and Chai, and you can use any of them. And which means your learning curve or your migration would not take that much of effort to do it, but better. Okay, so how better? Let's say unit test. For unit test, disclaimer here, first and foremost. For unit test, it's important to know that we don't test every unit code. You don't test every piece of code. Every if and else, it doesn't mean you need to test everything of them. If you have to test 2 plus 2 equals 4, that's fact. You don't test that. So just make sure that don't override your test. Second thing is, for unit tests, always use mock. If anything come outside, if anything you import and not part of the code, you should mock it. Because you never know what's going on that from the other side can affect your test. And lastly, always make sure that you do functional testing here. I mean logic, not everything else, not interaction and so on. Let's take a look about use search, the hook, with the code, the logic behind. So in this logic, I have 2 things. First, is we are going to filter out the list of input item according to the search. So this is the two main logic here that I need to test separately. So for that, for testing the hook, VTest wouldn't work out of the box with React hooks because VTest is for JavaScript and TypeScript plan, the vanilla one. If you want to test something special like hooks, because interactive, you need to make sure that you need to use external library to help with that. So in this case, using testing library React hooks is the package that allow you to mimicking render the React hooks according to React standard, and then you can test on it. So how we do that? First, we just import render hook from testing library React hooks, and then we've run the function, trigger the function to render the hooks in the context of React, and we get back the result, and the result have a few concurrent where you can assert like any jest, any normal syntax. You can hear that assert expect result.current.search term to be whoa. Here. It doesn't highlight. That's funny. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so for you search, the second one is why? Never mind. This technical issue. Sorry. I need to test it before I put it here. Okay, so that's one of the use case for you search when you test whether it's how you render the hooks. The second one, when you want to test the interaction of the hook. Let's say if you call a function and you expect the intent of the hook, some reactive data going to change. For that, you can use the act functions from render hooks package, and then it will make sure that it will wait until it will trigger this function that in part of the context of the hook, and then it will make sure that before it moves to expect, we have this cover and it will not throw you any error about reactive item is not updated or something. And that's it. And the reason why I don't talk about all the VTest syntax here, because it's similar to chess here. You probably expect to be it. Everything is status, and you probably have is the import expect it described from VTest. If you look at the first line, oh, it worked. Yeah. So you have the first line here, expect it described from VTest. And that is the modular kind of features from VTest allow you to import specific function and make it not like you don't have to import the whole package and it will not available globally. Of course, you can make it available globally using the configuration, but if you don't want, this is the way. Make it much faster this way. Okay, move. Yep. Okay, so this is the example how you can write the test. And you can also run the test using the Text Explorer here with the VTest extension for VS Code. And you probably can also try to Copilot writing the test for you, like I'm doing here. Okay, next test, async testing. What does that mean? In the use movie hooks, we have one code called use effect, where we're going to do synchronous performing the actions of fetch movie, which is asynchronous code, which means it will not stop. It will not wait for this code to finish, but it will update one, because we have a use effect, so it will update when it's finished, right? And it will update when it says movie. And this is how you do the asynchronous code inside synchronous code in a React hook. Though, how we're going to test it? It's a more complex and not trivial using from the previous test we have. What we do here, we have to mock the global fetch with v.fn for function. And then that's actually not a good approach also, because you literally mock the whole global implementation of fetch function. And if someone write in another test that using global fetch and they also mock it, that means you probably end up that having either one of the tests will fail, depending on the race condition here. So the better way to spy on it using v.spy and v.spy spy on. And this will make sure that it will attack a spy on function on that global fetch and will allow you to perform more mocking. And the third one is we're going to mock the return value of fetch. And we're going to flush all that synchronous call with wait4. In the previous version of testing library React hooks, they using wait for the next update. But since a month ago, they changed it to wait for. I think release and deprecate wait for next update. So you should use wait for, and just wrap the expect on the expect code line into the wait for, and it will make sure that it wait for this to be true or to be asserted within the time frame. And lastly, you trigger the function in hooks and assert it. How does it look? So here I'm going to comment out the global fetch, and then I create a function to the mock result value. And then this function will reuse. I can reuse another component. It will just return to me a kind of like a mock result for the fetch value, for the fetch cone. And I'm calling the fetch. I create a fetch spy function. And before my test, I will try to hook this spy. And with a mock value inside my test, which I'm using before on. But if you have different tests with different mock result value or mock reject value for the fetch mock, then you can do it inside the test itself, not before on. And even if you do that, you also need to clean it up afterwards. So here you can see that I do wait for on the promise. I render the hook. I get the result. I get the function called wait for next update. But obviously, in the next if you use it, you should change it for wait next. For wait for, and then assert it and run it. And that's it. It works. I mean, I don't do live coding, but you got the idea. Okay, so. Next one, integration. So we talk about logic test. So we finished with the testing on the functional, on the logic we have in the component. Now we're going to do the second one, is sanity test, the actual component test here. Again, v-test doesn't work by itself because the React component is not regular JavaScript function that you can test it. So for that, we combined it with external library called testing library React. And this component, this package will give you the render function that allow you to mimic and render a component in the React environment. And then v-test can assert the result from that environment. How to do that? We have two things. Setup. So v-test, you need to extend the expect function with the matcher from the test DOM matchers of testing library, so that expect can compare between snapshot or can compare between the different the different API like use inside the React DOM, and then you hook it into v-test config with the setup file, and then just render. You import the render from testing library React, and then render the function with render the component get by test ID, and lastly expect test it. Simple as that. And that we have our component, the first test for our component testing done. So why do we need to split the logic per component? Well, yes, you can see you can put everything inside, but then testing will be hard because you have to put all the tests inside one file. And the chance here, if you change something in the search, it will only need to be retested on the search, and you don't have to run the whole test on the component itself. and we have less code to perform per 5. And lastly, make the component testing become more isolated, and you only need to test the sanity test and accessibility test. These are the two main things: interactions, UI interactions, mimicking, and accessibility. That's component test supposed to be for. Coverage. I think I'm running out of time, but so for coverage, 80% or 90%, which one is nice? Well, you need to decide it yourself. My advice is nothing more than 80% for the coverage. And if you want to use coverage with the VTest, you can install the additional package for Istanbul from VTest, and then hook it to VTest at one of the provider, and voila, you have the test covered, also in HTML. And extension for VTest and VS Code. I use that because it's very nice to use it. And that's it. What? Other tool you can try to check out to use with VTest itself. Happy DOM. The rumor has it that it's very good, better than JS DOM. I never tried it, but you should try and let me know if it's really good, like the rumor has it. Xcore React. This is the library for accessibility testing that we use for React components, and you can hook this one inside either Playwright or VTest, and you can perform the sanity accessibility test. It doesn't cover everything, but it makes sure that your code will follow some semantic area compliance. And what next? Before we finish, always plan your test first, code later. You don't have to go for TDD or any other methodologies. Just have an idea of what you're going to build, what you're going to plan to test before you start working on it. Split the component logic. I like the fact that I don't want my component to be big. If it's more than 100 line of code, you probably should split it. Mock responsively. Don't try to mock it so that your test will pass in any case. And locator, you can use class or ID, but I prefer to use data test ID, so it will stay mostly stable, and no one will ever want to try to mess up with it. And last, Xcore for accessibility testing if you haven't done it yet. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please feel free to take a seat. We've got some questions, but once again, a reminder that while we are here asking just a couple of questions, wow, we don't have long to ask them. I'm going to stop talking. You can throw some more questions on Slido. Done my bit. So we have a few questions that have come out, and a lot of them are actually based in comparisons with other testing tools. I might consolidate some of these questions into just generally, would you suggest using, did we say VTest? What did we land on? Did you, I actually don't remember. Would you suggest using VTest for web component tests? And if you do, what would you suggest the benefits are beyond speed when compared with Playwright or Jest or other test runs?
First of all, I haven't write a Go web component yet, so I cannot. So don't take my word for this, because I kind of assume the web component is similar to, normal JavaScript. So you definitely can test with VTest. Well, maybe I should ask it on Twitter, because I have no idea. But either way, I'm sure that you can combine. Let's say VTest itself, it's just a testing framework for unit testing framework. So itself, you can test a normal JavaScript or TypeScript code on that. But things like web component, you have to go use with that extra libraries to help render the component or compile it to be able to test it. So you should try it out. Either way, and it's not because of. Would it be better than Playwright? The thing is, VTest and Playwright are not the same. VTest is unit test, Playwright for end-to-end. So you can combine these two to make it into a full testing system. So you have Playwright to do the end-to-end test, and after you already have your code covered by VTest. Yeah,
that makes sense. Thank you. Another question that's come in is, this one might be a fairly clean-cut question if you know the answer to it, but does VTest use JS DOM to render components when testing?
Not exactly. JS DOM is not for rendering. JS DOM is to get you the API for the DOM API, like a mocking DOM API, so you can like get selector, or you can do get attribute by ID or by sorry, not attribute, get attribute, something with the DOM API. So you usually yes, by default VTest you use JS DOM. You can change to Happy DOM also if you want. It's configurable. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. There are so many great questions and we simply won't have time to ask them all. I have a really quick one, which is one of the things you mentioned in your talk was the kind of interoperability between what people may already be using for testing and Vitest. Have you, on the inverse, ever experienced any quirks where actually I am having to do a bit more manual work here? It's not just a drop-in replacement.
You talked, so let me get this understand correctly. So you were asking that if I have already my testing system in a different framework and now I want to switch to Vitest, and whether I have any flaky moment where it doesn't work out the box?
Exactly. One of the things you mentioned in your talk was the ease of migration between systems. On the inverse, is there any times where that?
Yeah, there does have some aha moment there. For example, some function in JS in Jest that I don't remember exactly which function. I think something related to mock. So I got one time I have to migrate the test with the mock test. The test will have a lot of mocks, and the Jest have special mock function that you clear the debounce, use it for mocking debounce. And I couldn't find the similarity function that I can use it in Vitest. So it took me about a day or so to find a workaround, but that was when Vitest was 0.0 something version. So I'm sure that they will fix it already.
Excellent. Thank you so much. There honestly are so many questions in. We've just about run out of time. But for those of you joining us in the room, this will be live streamed later. But for those of you joining us in the room, all the speakers today, after their talks, will head over to the speakers' question area, which is kind of near the entrance. So I want us to give a huge round of applause to Maya. And if you want to continue to ask questions, please do head to the speaker questions area afterwards. So time for a round of applause. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So we can go over to the speakers question area. Now we have just a few minutes break if you want to switch between tracks at the conference. Once again, here's the floor plan. We're down here in the testing localhost track. You can head up the stairs and round to the production track. You've got a few minutes to do that.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. I was told I was a little bit quiet just a moment ago, so folks at the back, can you give me a little thumbs up? Is this better? Good. People on the soundboard at the back, is things better? Fantastic. All right, hello and welcome back. Once again, my name's Kevin. I'm looking after this room today and looking after all of you, introducing some wonderful speakers and also sponsors. We're going to quickly start with that. Replay out in the hall. This is the first time I've heard of them. It's really cool. It's the only browser that lets you record and retroactively debug your application. You can fix the hardest issues as a team and take control of your support process and test suite. How'd I do, Mum? It's cool, though. If you haven't already spoken to them, do that throughout the conference today. Once again, a reminder that you can ask questions to our speakers today using Slido. Hopefully you now all have it open in a tab or an app somewhere, but if not, this is your moment. Slido.com, 0007, and this is the testing localhost track. You have to just make sure you're on the right track. And a kind request to just prepend your questions with the name of the speaker, just so we know when it's over that questions weren't for the previous speaker and so on. So once again, do ask questions. You don't have to wait to the end to do it either. Those who were here in the last talk, you can ask them at any point. I'll be taking a look at them, and at the end, we'll be having a little chat and answering them. It's one of the benefits of being here. But it is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Julio. Hello. This talk is going to be about what he learned about software quality from the top 10 most popular GitHub projects on GitHub. Julio is a specialist in software testing with over 13 years of experience. He currently lives in Orlando, Florida, and serves as a principal QA engineer at Capco, helping financial institutions establish robust and sustainable testing strategies. He's a super busy person, sharing content on his YouTube, Instagram, and Spotify channels, in articles for technical and scientific magazines, as a speaker at international events, and has trained more than 9,000 students through his online training in Portuguese. So, without further ado, a huge round of applause, and the stage is yours.
Please check the power switch. Check the power switch on your transmitter. It's on the top. It's have the lit green. Okay. Now I got it.
Is that working? Yeah. No, it's working. So I'm very it's a pleasure to be here today with you guys. Thank you for all the organization that makes this happen, and definitively it's an honor to be here today. This is my first time speaking here in Europe, so it's another memoric moment in my life, in my career, and I hope you guys can enjoy this talk as well. So I was already introduced, so I will save you guys from hearing this again. The idea here in this talk is to share with you what I've learned after doing a research on 10 of the most used JavaScript libraries in GitHub. And I tried to structure this in a way that we can basically understand a little bit more about the best practices that this guys has been using when reviewing code. And that is the approach, okay? The idea today is not to go on the features that the libraries has, but instead is to learn more about how they are reviewing the code that are submitted to these repositories. So let's move ahead and think a little bit more about the code review process, right? So the code review process is basically a simple way for people that are coding every day, right? It's something that is pretty straightforward. But for the people that are in the testing side, sometimes doesn't know exactly how it works. So first, we have the code that is created. So the developer goes there and create a piece of code, or even the testers, depending on how you guys are structuring the way that you produce your test automation code, right? But this is the first part, I create a code. Then the person that created this code open APR And after open the PR, that's the pull request, basically we have our teammates going there and reviewing this and providing us some perspectives, the views that they have. And then after that, we can, if we have the approve, we can go ahead and merge the code. If not, we need to work on this pull request or in this piece of code that we are producing, right? The thing is that there is a very, very important activity that happens during this process that is basically to have these teammates looking at the code and reviewing that. The question is, how do devs do it? And the answer is magic, right? Actually, let me ask you guys that are devs, tell me, what do you have in mind when you are reviewing a code? That's your turn. Huh? Standards? Sorry, yeah, review standards, right? What else? Readability. That's a very good question, very good answer as well, readability. What else? The code does what it should do. Yeah, if the code do what they should do, right? However, where these ideas come from? Yeah, experience, right? The way that you do it, there is no I'm not telling you that everyone do this way, right? But sometimes we do it from an experience manner, right? Based on our experience, so it makes us to be, how they say, empirical, right? So if everyone here raise your hand and share one thought about how to review, we would be the wisest person in this whole conference, right? There is another way to do it. In software testing, we use a standard called ISO 25010. Have you guys heard about it? Yeah, raise your hands. Okay, good. Do a wave. Make a thumbs up. Okay, good. So there are basically 8 software quality characteristics. If the software is working as expected, it is classified as functional suitability. If the code is readable, it is called, where is it? Okay, maintainability. Okay, there are groups of things. And what happened is that every time that I ask a developer on what they think that they should do during the review, what I heard more commonly, more frequently, is related to maintainability. Okay? It's making the code readable. It's making the code testable. It's making the code better. That's all about maintainability. I did a quick research on one of the teams that I was working with, and I reviewed 52 pull requests and more than 300 comments on the pull requests. What I learned? 75% of the comments were related to maintainability. Okay? The thing is, how the most used software testing repositories, the software testing libraries, how they say, do when the people that contribute to these projects are reviewing pull requests. This is the question that I had. And then I started to find out the answers. And what I did was basically to, go one by one of these repositories, and then filter only the closed pull requests, okay? Because they are already, how they say, established, right? Everything that should take as decision, was already did, right? That is what I did. And I recommend you guys to remember this slide, because I really would like to have you trying to do this in your companies, at least for one repository. And I promise you, you will learn a lot about how you guys understand quality in that specific repository. Okay, so try to reproduce this research method. So second was to open the pull request that has comments. Okay, because sometimes we have pull requests that are just approved magically. Okay, they are just approved. And then ignore the pull requests that have only bot interactions or the author, because it happens as well. It's something that is how to say, very funny, and I just discovered that after doing this research. Sometimes the author goes there and open the pull request and start to talk to himself, like, oh, I did it because I found this very interesting. And then 2 minutes after, he said, oh, I found a more readable way to do it. It's like a monologue, right? It's very interesting. So you need to ignore this, because then you want to have the perspective from others, right? That's the magic around the pull request. And then the fourth one is read the comments and try to classify this comment against the ISO 25010, just to understand how you guys are understanding quality related to the pull requests. This is what I did to these 10 pull requests. And what I discovered over that 10 projects, that I think that I was very fast here. I'm just getting back to give you guys the opportunity to understand what were the repositories. So Jest, Storybook, Mocha, Cypress, Puppeteer, Selenium, Jasmine, Playwright, VTest, no ViTest. Okay, I promise you, I come to say ViTest, and then I was like, okay, the previous talk said it's not ViTest, it's VTest, and okay, learned. And WebDriver IO. Is there any of these repositories that is very new to you? Raise your hand. Which one? WebDriver. Oh gosh, WebDriver. It's really, or it's a joke? No, it's real. So WebDriver is one of the precursor for the web test automation, the front-end web test automation. That's why I'm making this a joke. Basically, when I started, WebDriver was the Cypress that we have today, or Playwright. Good. And then if you guys want to know more about how they were elected as the 10 most used, you can visit 22.stateofjs.com, okay? And then you have more information about them. Okay, so these are the most frequently used software quality characteristics from ISO 25010, based on the analysis that I did on these repositories. Let's talk about maintainability. That basically is the ability that we have to evolve or to maintain the code. Okay, that is again the thing that is most used by the developers when they are reviewing code. So I found many lessons learned about maintainability reviewing this pull requests on these repositories. However, these are the three that I decided to bring to you that I found very interesting and very important to have on your projects as well, okay? So first is to establish guidelines. What I found in these repositories were that every time people were kind of fighting to have the guidelines applied. And that's, it's important to remember that the guidelines is not only the general best practices, right? For example, if you see now that you have a person on your team that they are trying to modify, for example, a sequence of code and change and replace this by a filter map and things like that, maybe it doesn't apply to the code that you guys are doing in your team, So establish your guidelines, not only what the market is pushing forth, This is what I learned from this about maintainability on these repositories. They really push for to follow their guidelines. And some of the repositories also have a guideline page where you can learn more about it, okay? So you need to now think how we do this in our company. Because maybe these guidelines are only in your brain, and then you are rejecting a lot of pull requests from your friends because it's not obeying your guidelines. So make a shared guidelines, and it will be very useful for you as well. So second, use bots and linkers to check your code. guys, I need to tell you this. I've never saw so much bots as I see during this research. You know, it's a lot. It's bot to verify the size of the files, the size of the production library that will be delivered. It's a bot to verify if there are flake tests. It's a bot to verify if the committer is John, because we don't like John, so we will reject all the pull requests come from John. That's a joke. It's not true. But you got my point, right? So use these bots, guys. They are there and they can help you guys to do this in a very useful way. Okay? Have a deeply technical team. Well, I saw a lot of comments where the guys were like, hey, don't use this method because this method will do 2 requests, two renders of this screen, you know, or don't use this method because it will do 3 requests for this endpoint that you don't want to do it. And I was like, oh gosh, if I was a developer here, how would I understand this to get this deeply knowledge about it, you know? And maybe as a junior developer, I would not know about it. So how we as a team can help the people that is coming to our team to be better on it, you know? Maybe you have the senior guy sharing this kind of knowledge to the others, or dedicating some time to study. I don't know, but this is one thing that I found very useful and helped a lot on this. Second, functional suitability. These were definitely the second software quality characteristic that was most used in these repositories. So I brought these 3 items here to discuss with you. The first one is write valuable tests. Valuable in this case means tests that really make sense to that piece of code that you wrote. Because sometimes we are just trying to do coverage, to increase the coverage, and it's not enough, right? Many times I saw people saying, hey, you forgot to cover this add case or that add case. So it's important to not go and just do the happy path, but also think about these other scenarios, right? And here is my tip to you. If you have a QA around you, okay, there are QAs here, right? Oh, good. So take these guys, they close to you and say, hey, buddy, do you see other things that I need to test here? Do you see? Or also ask them to teach you test design techniques. Test design techniques are like algorithms on how to read a piece of source and define what to test. That's incredible, okay? So test design techniques. Second, check the logic. Because if you don't check the logic, maybe you are implementing this in the wrong way. I found many comments saying, hey, you implemented this logic in the wrong way. And sometimes I saw also comments saying, hey, you implemented this in the proper way. However, you implemented in the wrong file. Yeah, it's not a joke, it's true. I really saw this happening. But in an open source project, it may happen a lot because, you know, so I remember that I was talking to a friend and he said, oh, I submitted a PR to that special project and they approved my PR. Yeah, look at me. Do you want to take a picture of me? You know, things like this, you know. So yeah, there are a lot of people trying to submit things and then it causes a lot of other issues, right? So third, run the tests. And again, it may sound cliche, but you need to run the test that you already have. Sometimes I saw pull requests being rejected because the tests were broken. How did you open a pull request without to run the test? Do you know what I mean? So it's very important as well. Performance. The first thing that is the most frequent mentioned by the developers were, maybe you can use cache here because you are requesting this file many times and they are not changing so much. So you can use this and it will definitively help the performance. So second, improve the loading. It's more related to packages that really are, how to say, providing a tool behind the code, right? I mean, like Cypress, for example, right? You have the graphical user interface, and if there is a possibility to improve the render velocity, maybe you can invest your time there as well. I saw some comments related to this. And the final one here in performance is remove the unnecessary. Sometimes we are requesting things many times, and we just need to do this one time. So this is something that is really really frequent in the comments that I saw as well. Okay, and then security. I wasn't able to find some more security comments, but the ones that I found was related to it. Basically, libraries that has some vulnerabilities, and then the team needs to talk each other and see how they are going to deal with it. The less used quality characteristics were this: usability, reliability, compatibility, and portability. And what this means? This means that sometimes we are forgetting to approach this kind of things during the code reviews, and then someone is testing this for us. If you had the QA team, and the QA team has time enough to go there and to test it, will be very good. But if they are not, who will test this for you is your clients, right? So you need to. That's the point here. Some takeaways to you guys. First one, shift quality characteristics left, okay? Probably you guys heard a lot about shift left testing, right? But shift the software quality characteristics left. And how you do that? You start to, on purpose, during your code reviews, ask yourself about these 8 software quality characteristics, okay? And if you have questions, talk to your QA. If you don't have a QA, search on Google and found some information about how to do it. But if you are able to do it, to shift this left, you definitively will be able to find out more quality on your projects. Second, research your PRs. It's basically to run this research on your company. Learn more about how your developers think, and then try to create some checklists about it. Because then if you have this checklist, you'll be able to anticipate these mistakes. Every time that we submit a PR, there are lots of people working on it, time running, right? So if you are able to send a PR that is more, proper, you will save a lot of time and a lot of effort, okay? And the third one is have a shared test strategy across the team. So if the QAs created a test strategy, they are covering lots of tests. Sometimes we have, for example, a test strategy that has 50 tests. But the QA, sometimes they don't have this deep technical knowledge to understand that 25% of those 50 tests can be done in the unit layer. And they are doing that on the UI layer, losing a lot of time, wasting a lot of time. If you talk together, you can distribute these tests, and then you guys will be able to save a lot of time and a lot of effort, okay? So let me get back just a second. Almost there. Okay. Now it's time to say muito obrigado. That means thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure to be here today, and I hope you enjoyed my talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That talk was awesome. Please take a seat. I think a lot of the qualities you present are things I think we know deep down, but having them presented in an organized way has a huge amount of value. We've had, honestly, more questions again than we'll have time for, but I have got a few for you. Mm-hmm. Firstly, what are your thoughts about using static code analysis and automated tests and then only asking for a code review once they pass?
Yeah, I think that this is definitively something that is important and valuable. I recommend a lot. And this is something that I saw in the comments as well. But what happened is that if you are able to put this static code analysis in the CI, then it's easier and it will save time from your team, right? Every time that you defer something to a human being to do it manually, I mean, go there and to run manually the static analysis, it can be skipped, forgot, and you guys are not going to extract the most value on it.
Absolutely. I think that's a lot of automation is around being most effective with the time and expertise that you have as an individual and a team.
Yeah.
Another question is, and this one has a ton of upvotes, I suppose, likes. How do you recommend, or how have you seen teams follow guidelines for hotfixes, where they really do have to go live as quickly as possible, and then you have to balance the, all these 8 qualities versus just fixing whatever the issue is?
Yeah, this is difficult. What I recommend, guys, is that every time that you have a I will not talk only about hot fixes. I will talk about everything that you have when coding, right? Try to use risk-based analysis. That is basically to say, hey, what are the risks that we have to not deliver this now, or to deliver this as it is, because if you do this risk analysis, you will be able to say, hey, can we skip that specifically process now in order to deliver it? Is this good enough to deliver now, or we will need to literally wait a little bit more before to deliver? Do you know what I mean? So this risk-based analysis is something that has been helping me and the projects that I work for as well. So in this way, we can select which one of those 8 software quality characteristics are the better to the delivery that we need to do in this hotfix or whatever.
Excellent, thank you. And that makes sense. Oh, there's so many they're coming in quicker than we can answer them. This is great though, and a great moment to just remind you that every speaker at the end of our Q&A will head over to the speaker question area near the entrance, so we will have more time to answer questions then. So many to pick from. So your study looks at what people currently do in code reviews to maintain these kind of 8 principles of code quality. Did you look at what the right thing to do might be for maintainers in order to encourage those 8 properties?
So I think I didn't get the.
So you took a look at the top 10 projects and you looked at what people did. Have you, or do you have any thoughts around what people did and what people could do or should do in order to improve quality are different?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I think that in order to have this answer, I would need to talk to the people in the projects, because it's not only about the code, it's also about the skills that these people have. For example, if I ask you guys to raise your hand now, the people that knows a lot about security, for example, raise your hands just to have a better notion. 1 person. Do you know? So if we don't have this kind of knowledge, it's difficult to apply this on code reviews. That's why I'm encouraging you, do the same experiment, this research on your companies. And if you detect that you are not investing much time on security, on performance, on reliability, then you have a path of what to study in the next days in order to bring this back. Because again, if you don't do this, someone will do, and if it's your client, it will not be good, right? Because it will already be in production. That's the point.
Excellent. And I know my job is to keep us to time, and the timer just hit 0. I'm going to squeeze one really quick one in, but if I may, do you have any recommendations on how to then document coding guidelines in order to support contributors?
Yeah. What I would do if I need to write a guideline now is to go to these main projects that has a lot of contributors and see how they are doing. So I definitively recommend you guys to take a look on the first 3 in the list, because they are the most used, and then you will see a lot of good templates and good ways to do it. So we will be able to also have a way to base your work, the work that you are going to do.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Once again, speaker question area near the front. But can we please have a huge round of applause for what was a really, really interesting talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, can I take a selfie with you quickly? Because I'm an Instagram person, you know. So.
You can also be taking pictures on Instagram throughout the day and posting them, tagging TestJS.
Ah, you need to come with me.
Okay.
Okay. So 10 seconds, okay?
Oh, we're doing it like this?
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
This is a bit risky. It's just going to be us and like, okay. That was so anticlimactic. Oh my gosh.
So it's good, guys. It's good.
There's a coffee break now, innit? So go grab some coffee. 2 spots to grab coffee. So if one queue's shorter than the other, it's probably strategically in your interest to navigate to the other one. And we'll see you on the other side.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Hello, hello, and welcome back after a coffee break. Do we all feel refreshed? Right, all right. So if you were here in the first talk, I asked a similar question. I got what I deemed to be an acceptable response, and it was way better than that. So are you feeling refreshed? We have met the collective threshold for continuing. Congratulations. So throughout today, we're encouraging you to take pictures and write about your experience and post them online on this platform called X now. Yeah, what a fantastic question. But if you use it, do feel free to post pictures and tweet, share the experiences you're having using our hashtag TestJS Summit, and we will appreciate that. There you go. I also am going to take this moment to thank one of our sponsors today. Like I said at the start, you'll be hearing about all of our sponsors throughout today. And now we're going to have a chat about Postman, who are also out in the little expo area, the exhibitor area. Postman revolutionizes API development and testing, offering an all-in-one platform for building, testing, and collaborating on APIs. Perfect for developers at TestJS Summit 2023. Postman does a lot more than the last time I looked at Postman, by the way, so genuinely do go have a chat with them, because I found out about some new stuff in their product that looks good. There's like a flow builder thing, that looks good. AI test generation, which I suppose to a point is like gets over the hurdle of like, you know what, AI test generation, interesting audience. Quick question, how do people feel about it? Now, I'm going to just do a binary hands thing. If you feel on average positive about it, can I see your hands? Yeah, it's really interesting because like it can be quite menial, but it's I don't know where. Come talk to me about it. Genuinely interested, not facetious. Want to know what you think. A reminder once again that questions are coming through Slido. I'm sure you're bored about hearing about this platform, but I'm gonna do it again anyway. Slido.com or the Slido app. The code is 0007. This is the testing localhost track. Make sure you have the right track selected, and if you can, please just prepend your question with the speaker's name, just so we know exactly who it's aimed at. And that is my little spiel. So I'm going to hand over to our next speaker, Olga, who's going to be talking about AI in testing and specifically how to test faster with ChatGPT. Olga is a QA engineer, always working to improve product quality. She believes that while AI will never replace human work, it can be used to augment and improve our efficiency and reduce manual effort. Once again, questions on Slido. You can be asking questions throughout. And Olga, the stage is yours.
Same. Oh. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. My name is Olga, and I am honored to be your guide in the intersection between artificial intelligence and API testing. So I believe that you will learn new tips and approach today. Today, I'll share with you a strategy for API testing, step by step, and discuss why incorporating artificial intelligence, particularly with ChatGPT, can elevate your testing process to a new level. So, in today's examples, we will learn and we will see how to use the chat for REST API and GraphQL. But first, a bit about myself. My current position is QA manager at Spliki. For most of my life, I worked with automation, built processes from scratch, and tried different test frameworks. Also, I'm a huge fan of life improvement. I love mountain climbing and so on. For example, last month I climbed on a height of 3,000 meters and the Alps. But at work, I love to ease, but not to complicate. So now let's dive into the heart of the matter. API is one of the important layers in the application. it's very easy to understand why. It's important to cover. If we have a look at Mike Kahn's pyramid, here API tests are set at the integration level, which is supposed to be the second batch of our tests. So how can the chat help us at this stage? The main point is we can delegate monotonous and repetitive work to AI. Let me illustrate how things used to look in my company. I joined Splicky this summer, and I was the only QA at the project. The team tested features on their own, but there were no QA or QC processes or test documentation, so I had to start everything from scratch. We had unit tests, but we also needed end-to-end tests and covered endpoints with API tests. At the time, we had 30 endpoints in REST and 20 in GraphQL. When you start from scratch, you are usually pressed for time. And I was looking for a popular and convenient tool for boosting my work. The chat was on everyone's lips, so I just decided to experiment and give a try to find out whether it was worth it or not. And the chat has two versions, 3.5 and 4. But they also released version 4 Turbo, but let's focus today just on the first two. Of course, all these have their pros and cons. Version 3.5 is free, but it takes just text. Sometimes makes mistakes. And the last update was in January 2022, which means that it doesn't have access to the newest information. And as for version 4, to unlock the premium features, you need to pay for it. That's the bad news. But it takes not only text, but other files formats such as PDFs, tables, images, audio, videos, and archives. What's more, it can generate images itself. And as for the knowledge update, the last time was in April 2023. That means that this version is more relevant. Now, I'm going to go into the testing strategy. The testing strategy consists of two steps. First and foremost, we need to check specifications. We always need to start from this step. This is also important to be sure that endpoints are named correctly, that resources and their types depict the correct model, and there is no lack of duplicated functionality. Then comes to testing itself. As for the testing, it can be broken down into several steps. Firstly, it's necessary to check the actuality of the status code. When you send, for example, a post request and create new item, you should get 201 status code. If we send a forbidden request which is forbidden, we expect 403 status code. Then check the payload. Check that the body, JSON, names, types, and fields are correct. And don't forget about requests with an error response. The third thing you need is check the headers of response. Headers are critical because they affect security and performance. The last step you need to do, check basic performance. In case the operation was a success but took a lot of time, the test is still considered failed. Now it's time for practice. Before I start, please keep in mind that it's not safe to share sensitive data. Always clear it. Let's start with the first stage, documentation. So create a prompt and ask the chat to analyze the documentation. For this purpose, we can use several steps. For example, you can do it manually or use external tool. You can create it with Prompt Perfect, for example. So here is our original prompt. I hope you see it well. And as you can notice, there is nothing special. It's just a simple phrase. And this is what Prompt Perfect offers. Now it's more detailed, better structured, and a specific result is required. Then go to our documentation. In this particular case, I will use Swagger. We can act here also in two ways. You can take a snapshot for it, or you can copy and paste the text. I prefer the second option more, honestly. Now we get the final results. Don't get into details, just look at this slide. So it represents language use, it represents content evaluation, features or aspects, and other things. So what we will do next is create test cases and automate them. It's not a surprise that we need a prompt for this too. And in a few seconds, we get 13 checks. Of course, it's more a checklist than the normal test cases, but still, based on them, we can make full test scenarios. So we analyze documentation, generated test cases. What's the next? It's time for automation, and we send the new prompt. And now again, in just a few seconds, it generates the test with assertions. And by your desire, it can also generate a test description in the end. So here you can see an example of a positive scenario with request data, and it's written by Cypress. So it can also be the same for GraphQL, but a few words about it. GraphQL is a query language. It was introduced by Facebook and designed to make it easier to manage endpoints for REST-based APIs. So now you know the best formula for well-generated test. It's a correct prompt and valid data. And in Cypress, there is no difference between REST and GraphQL. When you create test, you do it just for UI or for API, and here is our final result. And of course, the chat is not the only existing resource. It's just a popular one. And you can choose any of these tools by your preference. For example, in recent days, Copilot gained popularity, and the huge advantage of it that you can use Copilot directly in your IDE. And all these examples are impressive, and perhaps you have reasonable question. Can I really ease my work so far? And the answer is yes and no. Even though all these tools are very helpful and could make our daily working routine easy, you will always need to double check. And at the first, you always need to double check yourself. You can't use sensitive data at all. And also the test cases are not complete. And from my perspective, they don't look professional. And it has not all the checks, and we still need to improve tests and add new ones. And the code sometimes has errors. And as an example, if we ask to generate a test checking the successful response status, the chat interprets it literally, so it's not correct. Other example is the function of randomizing the name. From the first point of view, it looks okay, but if we insert this piece of code in IDE, we will find out that the variable is not initialized. So all these activities still need human, and I believe it can be a good assistant, but not a good tester. For big data, it takes more time than we're expecting, and as you see, it also makes mistakes. And for example, if you want to make a complex task, you need to split it, and so on and so further. I hope it helped, so thank you for your attention, and feel free to ask me questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to everyone, we have a bit of time for questions, so please do feel free to ask them using the Slido 0007. Okay, great. So I think that was a really good primer for how to use AI to support the work that we do. There's one question that's come in so far related to your talk. And or there's a couple. You mentioned just at the very start, GPT rather 3.54 and 4 Turbo. Have you managed to try out Turbo yet? Have you found that it performs better in these tasks, perhaps?
Honestly, no, not yet. But I try the 4 version. I pay for it, so I invest in my work. And for me, it's more, of course, it's more useful, and because it's takes, as I noticed, and as I said, it takes different file formats, and it could help you very much. But still, if you just begin your work and if you're just trying to get acquainted with this kind of tool, it's necessary to try the free version, and maybe you can try different tools, not exactly ChatGPT.
Interesting. We have some questions in. Please do continue to keep them coming. One question I have, one of my personal skepticisms of AI for developers in any area of our work is that one thing you were able to do was validate that a response was, that something that it returned was incorrect. And I think that your ability to do that comes with the experience of being a developer. At the same time, there's a whole slew of less experienced junior developers, people breaking into the field, who have unrealistic expectations of what these tools will do for them. They'll take something verbatim and go, yeah, looks right, let's try that. Do you have any advice, techniques, tools for these people to be more vigilant with the output of AI?
I believe these people need testers. Because as I noticed and as I mentioned, you can use AI, but you still need knowledge to understand and to be sure what you are really testing right now. So,
yeah. I think this will continue to be a challenge for also project maintainers as well, on the other end of people thinking they've written valid code, but they've taken hallucinogenic code. Great, we've got some more questions in. During your talk, you mentioned that using tools like ChatGPT with the aid of things like Prompt Perfect reduce your overall time, but it feels like there's a lot more setup time perhaps in order to make it work. Do you think that balance is correct? Here it says Is it really that helpful? But at what point does that balance make sense?
That's a really good question. Of course you need extra work to make your main work, but just imagine that you need to generate 100 tests in just one day, and you can try it with AI, you can try it with, for example, chat. Because if you will do it manually, you still need more time than just to set it up in AI and use it for this purpose.
Yeah, I wonder if there's also something interesting there about what have businesses' expectations of developer productivity become far too great with the state of the tools today, and it sounds like that might be the case. If you were confident of the output, then loads of productivity gain, but based on your talk, you're not, and I'm certainly not, and I don't think many of us should be. Interesting, cool. Have you ever tried this process to do unit testing for React components? And if you did, or components in general, how did that go?
No, I didn't have such experience, but I believe it will be the next challenge and task in my work.
Okay. So there's a couple of similar questions here. The first one we see here and the third one we see here. I'm going to highlight the third one because it's a little more fleshed out. Nope, it moved under my thumb. It's this one here. The success of AI in generating tests or interpreting code or writing any code is it feels like it relies heavily on the initial specification documentation being good or near perfect or completely perfect. Can complete or imperfect spec docs lead to the creation of faulty tests?
I can say that incomplete or the wrong documentation could be the problem in our product development, and that's also the problem with AI. For example, before analyzing it through these tools, you need to do human searching before it. So you need to analyze this documentation itself, because you can't delegate totally this work to AI. Just an example. Okay, it will analyze, but you won't be in the context later. So I think that's why we still need to be involved in this process.
Yeah, and vigilant. I've wondered in the past how, there are these like ChatGPT style interfaces starting to crop up in developer documentation. I always worry what happens if that base documentation hasn't been properly maintained. As a user, I don't necessarily know that straight away this is not very well maintained docs. And then we just get results which are wrong. And that's a huge challenge. So beyond writing tests, I suppose, what are the most common use cases you see for things like Copilot, ChatGPT, or other GPT systems?
So as for Copilot, for example, last time I was wondering if it knows about the main gap or issue in Cyprus, and I asked it about this, and Copilot told me that there is a problem for mobile testing, like we can't test mobile application. That's true, of course. It's clear and it's obvious. And as for the common use cases, it's just you can try it for test cases, as I mentioned, and you can try it for checklist and this simple work that can be easily delegated.
I think it's that thing of easy delegation and, reasonably, I don't quite know the right way to phrase this, where you can not necessarily have a huge amount of trust on a first pass, and that isn't absolutely detrimental. This question has a huge number of thumbs ups. Regarding sensitive data, how do we prevent not passing sensitive data without our knowledge? Because I imagine this happens sometimes. Or in simple terms, how can we be more cautious around not giving our sensitive data to these systems?
When I mentioned sensitive data, I means that it's more about username, it's more about passwords, and it's not about company secrets. It's just about really sensitive data of users of our product. And this is the same when you write in your test and you get rid of these important and sensitive credentials. You just make it through, git ignore file or other things when you set up your test. And this is the same. When you set up these AI tools for your help, you need to be sure that there is no this sensitive data like I mentioned, passwords, logins, so on.
I imagine that's very similar to just passing data to CI/CD workflows. You want to make sure to emit data. It's probably very similar amount of vigilance that you would need to undertake. Let me read this question. How to somehow separate. So when it comes to actually spitting out these tests, great, I'm setting them up, I'm setting up my test files. Do you, or should you, or how could you separate, or should you bother at all, separating tests that are written by an AI, a machine, versus those that are actually handcrafted and written by developers manually?
It is very noticeable when it's generated by AI, because we still have human factor, and if you create, I'm not sure, are you a good tester, for example, or not, but when you generate test by yourself, you can miss something, or the title of this test is not, seems like it's not technical. It's just the name of test case and it is located in your test. But when it's generated by AI, it looks amazing, it's wow. The name of this test is really, really detailed, and the structure of this test is also noticeable. So, and as for separation between one from the second part, even if you are going to implement and I believe you will implement this test generated by AI into your test framework, you will still have some manual work just to have a developing guideline. You need to create your own, for example, titles, or you need to create variables. And for example, someone support components page like for another components, and you can also do this kind of additional work.
I have a question going back to something you said earlier and part of your talk as well. So it's generated this test. The test is incorrect. There's some error with it. And so there is still a degree of vigilance that you have to have from AI-generated tools before you just go ahead and take those tests and implement them. And I wonder for a lot of test writing is a lot of the even the examples you gave, they weren't necessarily very advanced examples, but writing lots of them is quite menial. I wonder, do you have any thoughts around the time trade-off between having AI generate something that could or could not be wrong and needing to review it and validate it versus just writing it manually in the first place?
It depends on the complexity. If it's just checking the components, maybe it's not a good example with API, but I will switch to UI side. So if we just need to check components, not to write the whole end-to-end test when you connect to the database and make some actions before running your test, when you just need to test the, login form, it is enough. But if you have some very difficult and deep things, you can use it like a help. Of course, it will ease your work, but still, as an experienced tester, it's not takes a lot of time to write it by yourself, but it will be easy for you to do it. I hope it's clear.
Yeah, I just it's this trade-off in my mind that isn't quite sitting. I'm not sure if I'm just going around in circles and others are feeling the same or not feeling the same. But by the time I validated the potentially hallucinated output of AI, for many things, I would feel more okay, more confident just writing it. I also the example you gave, and in fact, another question which I'll ask as a lead into mine. Oh no, I accidentally hit tick. The question was like, how many tests have you generated this way? Are we talking dozens, hundreds, thousands? And if it's on that larger number, what is your strategy for validating an output before accepting a test?
Yeah, in case I pressed by time, and I currently don't have this situation anymore, but when it was, I can generate around 50 tests by one day. And of course, if you do it manually, you can copy and paste and change some data there, but you also need to change assertions. You also need to double check it. So 50 tests, it was my maximum.
Interesting. And at that point, you can still do some manual validation.
Of course.
Because they're small enough numbers that you can take a look. Some of it is just manual. Some of it will be throwing it in a code editor, making sure it is asserting correctly. But yeah, that's interesting. But then the time saved for 50 and the time saved for 1,000 are just so different. That's super interesting. We have time for maybe one more super quick question. And it is actually that question. I hit tick again instead of the thing that brings it up, but I do remember the question. I'm so sorry, everyone. The question was, how much time do you reckon this has actually saved you in practice on any given project, any given bout of writing tests?
In the very beginning, you can save at least 2 days. It's a minimum that you can save. Yeah.
Excellent. Cool. I'd be interested. Versus what? Like, can you give me an idea? So where were you at the start? Was there just no tests written and this is just, let's build the basics here? Or was it a bit more context would be really helpful?
Yeah, so if I started from scratch, it was nothing. And you can save your time, like you can do this work in 2 days versus 7 days, for example. It was my personal counting. So yeah.
Interesting. Cool. Thank you ever so much. That was fascinating. I really appreciated having a little bit longer to ask questions. A huge round of applause for Olga, please. Thank you. So once again, there's just a really short moment. I wouldn't even deem it a break, but if you want to move between the two stages, this is your chance to do it. Once again, there's the floor plan. Hopefully most people have seen both rooms now, so you know where the other one is. Or you can hang out here until the beginning of the next talk. Thank you.
Business and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'll surrender it. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry, I'm not sure how loud I am, but I saw a few people jump there, so sorry about that. Once again, this is the Testing Localhost track. We have a great talk coming up, but first I need to thank one of our sponsors, Focus Reactive. They are a Next.js headless CMS and e-commerce expert agency. They partner with companies like Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity to deliver quality software that focuses on scalability, performance, and great user experience. I believe they're over in the exhibitors area too, so feel free to have a chat with them. You'll be bored of hearing this by now, but you can ask questions using Slido, slido.com. Code is 0007. Ask them during the talk, ask them after the talk, and after the talk we will answer them over here. I think we understand the standard operating procedure about this now. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing Todd, our next speaker, I'm not sure if it's meant to be read in a sassy way, but I read it in a sassy way. Generative AI in your app? What could possibly go wrong? Very excited for it. Todd is the CTO at Verdi AI, following a tech career of over 20 years, including as the comically long Principal of Software Engineering Practices in the Technology Center of Excellence at Pluralsight.
Yeah, you got it.
How did that fit on a business card?
It didn't. So.
Okay, all right. He believes in the human-centered approach to engineering, where the experience of those creating and evolving the product is just as important as those who use the product. He loves to play guitar, he's open to jamming out, and frequently enjoys paired programming with strangers. So Todd, take it away, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Awesome. So today I want to talk a bit about generative AI in our apps. As kind of a product feature. So a little bit different than the previous talk that Olga gave, which was pretty awesome, where you use generative AI to write tests. In this case, we want to talk a bit about kind of the other side of where generative AI might be applied in your code base, which essentially trickles into your tests, right? So with that said, I want to briefly kind of cover the company I currently work at, Verdi. Been here for about a year. We do a bunch of AI stuff. Our ultimate mission is to make better decisions, kind of from the human existential, let's make better decisions wherever we can. But of course, that's a big picture thing. So we really want to focus right now on making better decisions on product teams, so engineers, product people, that type of thing. So if that sounds at all interesting, go to this website. If not, that's fine too. That's more just context of we've been working with this thing for about a year, and with that, there's of course a lot of kind of generative AI stuff that we've been using, and so that's kind of just a bit of context here as far as what I'm about to share today, because really there's a lot of cool things you could do with AI, but there's a lot of weird stuff when you actually put AI into code bases and try to make things work from a product perspective. So with that said, quality is very important. There's a lot of aspects of quality in code bases out there. You know, testing is one aspect of many aspects. You know, there's a lot of different ways we could test. Won't get into that because I think we have some good kind of sense of what those things are. You know, unit, there's manual testing, automated testing, a billion other things. Another important aspect of quality is this idea of kind of planning out or architecting the flow of an app. Understanding that, it's very key. You know, understanding how users will flow through your app, understanding where things may break down, that type of thing. So I'm going to touch a bit about on that as well today. And then this third one is understanding dependencies, specifically their behaviors and limitations. When you start using AI in your app as a product feature, you have to really understand those dependencies. In this specific case, the case study I'm sharing with you today with the Verdi stuff is we're using the OpenAI models. And with that, it's very critical to understand that the OpenAI models are very good at certain things, but very bad at other things. And so the better that we understand the limitations, the overarching, the better quality we could give. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, whether it be tests, whether it be designing things out, quality is really what we're trying to solve for. And so with that said, this actually can apply to other LLMs, other models out there. But specifically, we have been using OpenAI. And so these examples will be in OpenAI format. So with that said, one of the features of Verdi that we built early on before ChatGPT came out was this idea of creating a document, generating or drafting a document. And that worked out pretty well. Let me just go to the next one. Yep. So example code here. I'll just kind of briefly cover this. Let's see if this works good. Oh, look at that. Cool. Awesome. So, typical import of SDK stuff up here. And then we have a completions call. That's essentially how OpenAI will actually call the AI. And then in here, we have this prompt right here. This is essentially what you would see in any ChatGPT type of thing where you type in some sort of command, some sort of prompt. That is covered right here. So with that said, we have this example here. And of course, if you ran that, you would have something like localhost is my server, what's yours, to complete the roses are red, violets are blue. Sorry, I feel like this thing is in the way. Let me get up here more. And so forth, right? And so, like I said, so if you go to the playground and ChatGPT, kind of same idea there. So those are kind of the two things that are the same there. So with that said, so if we rewind back to November of 2022, ChatGPT came out. It was a big rush. Everyone's like so excited. Oh, ChatGPT, it's going to revolutionize the world, all that good stuff. And I think that for the most part, they were right. And so one downside, though, with that announcement was there was no ChatGPT API for code bases to actually use cool AI stuff, at least not yet. And so that was a big bummer. And so, thinking about like this playground where you could type in any prompt and generate whatever the heck you want, we didn't have that in the code base, right? And so we had this cool idea. So anyone ever use Docker in here? So Docker's kind of a cool thought, right? And this is one of my favorite memes about Docker. It's like, well, it works on my machine. What if we figure out a way to make it work on not my machine? And so let's actually take this. So this is something that we tried. So we have essentially the browser window. We use Puppeteer. And we say, hey, let's throw that onto an EC2 instance. Let's host that in the cloud. Let's throw Node.js on there and expose an API. And so we were able to, before ChatGPT API came out, we were able to actually use the API, if you will, in our app. And of course, nothing will go wrong because that's the greatest idea, right? Yeah. Not so much, right? So a few things that we ran into there is apparently when you don't have a human clicking stuff around, websites notice. So CAPTCHA was a thing. We bypassed it with some interesting things that I learned about CAPTCHAs. I won't get into that. But another thing we ran into is login. So after about 15 minutes, of course, the thing would log out. And so when you hit the API again, you would, of course, fail. That wasn't very good. And of course, there are some limitations with the account that we were using. You can't have so many requests or whatever it may be. And so long story short, with this experiment, the question is like, was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing? I would say it was good in that it helped us test out the ChatGPT API, if you will, before it came out. But it's a bad thing in that we probably would never use this in production code because it just wasn't very reliable, that type of thing. So long story short, it was a good experiment, but we moved on, right? And then, of course, a few months later, ChatGPT came out with APIs, and we got GPT-3, and we were so excited. It's pretty awesome. We learned early on, very quickly, that there's a distinction between natural language, which the LLMs, the AI is very good at, and JSON, which the AI is surprisingly not very good at. And so we'll run through some examples here. So in this case, we set up our code here. We say GPT. In this case, we actually started with 3, but we'll just do 3.5 for this scenario here. So this is just a helper function here. But ultimately, this is using the chat completions API over here. And then with that, we call that same function. So let me just go back there to make that clear. So ask AI is the function name here. So the next slide over, we're going to use that in here. So we have a prompt over here. So we had various needs of returning JSON for various purposes. In the case of this specific example, I simplified a few things, but just pretend whatever it is, like, hey, return 5 cool jokes in JSON, whatever the prompt is, pretend that it's in here. But ultimately, we asked the AI, and we tried to JSON parse the results. So let's see how that went. So this is the raw response for that code. And if you notice, this right here is not quite JSON. That is just kind of human language, which isn't the greatest because if you JSON parse that thing, you're going to throw an error and bad things will happen, right? So we go back and say, hey, let's add this one. Return only the formatted JSON value. And then it returns this. And it's like, okay, that's cool, but that's not valid JSON either. Like, okay, like, thanks for nothing. So we go back and alter the prompt again. No other words, like please only return JSON is the idea, right? And like it did it, and it's cool, except I want to return a JSON array, which is slightly different than an object with a property of an array that has an array in it. So it didn't quite parse very well. So for that reason, oh, that sucks. So we try it again. We do a few other things. Ultimately, we get down to realize, hey, if you have examples, it actually works out a lot better. So we go and give an example, and now it starts working, and we're all happy about that. Woohoo! But of course, with anything, sometimes it doesn't work about 60% of the time, which isn't a super big number. And so we kind of go back to the drawing board and we're like, okay, cool. That sucks. We can't reliably use this quite yet, at least not in the way we wanted to. And then, of course, a few months later, GPT-4 comes out, and that's pretty awesome. So we plug in GPT-4 in the model, and turns out it works about 80% of the time, which is, a positive amount, a net positive there, but it's not 100%. So we're like, okay, well, that's kind of weird. What else can we do here? So we think about things. GPT-4 is better at JSON, but it is slower. It does cost a bit more. And of course, because it still returns invalid JSON, we're kind of just scratching our heads like, do we just like call this thing over and over again like 20 times until it returns valid JSON? Maybe. And we tried that a little bit for what it's worth. But I want to think about kind of how to test some of these things, right? So a typical pattern here is integration testing. We all kind of know this idea of you have production code, it hits some sort of API, in this case the OpenAI API, and you typically have some sort of inputs and some sort of response. Your tests typically utilize the production code to then essentially do the same idea, right? And then there's this kind of alternative approach, contract testing. One big benefit here, specifically when you're hitting the OpenAI API, is there's some limitations. You're actually paying per use. And so if you were to run a test suite, for example, hitting the live OpenAI API, you're going to incur a lot of cost potentially. And of course, there's some additional latency things there. And so that's one reason why we chose to say, hey, let's build some mock API stuff via contract testing. And so the idea there is whenever you run tests, you're actually running kind of the contract, which works out pretty good for most APIs that I've used. But an interesting fact is, we have this interesting new thing, essentially a new paradigm with AI, with some of these LLMs, these large language models out there. Yes, we do have kind of these more standard contracts of the API that we're hitting. So we have the input over here. We also have the response. But in addition to that, we have these more dynamic pieces where depending on what I put in this prompt, this content may look completely different. And so that's like a new paradigm, at least for me to kind of wrap my head around. And so with that said, another kind of interesting angle here is, we say, hey, the prompt is what is a bunch of numbers added together. The output is that. That works pretty good. Let's run the exact same thing again. And we see that the output is a bit different. That could be problematic when you're running a test that maybe is checking for certain things, right? Run it again, another thing, and so forth. So we see that the non-deterministic nature of the AI that we're using is going to make it really hard to test some of these things, right? And so we have to kind of think of like, what else can we do there? And of course, with any AI model, there's this question of you really don't know what you're going to get. There's a lot of ways to kind of solve for that. But long story short, the way I think of testing some of these AI things is dynamic consumer-driven contract testing. So for what's worth, look that up if you're not sure exactly what that is. But in essence, we're able to test certain test cases, but other ones maybe not so much. So in this case, we want to test that it returns the right format, then go and do something. And conversely, if it's the wrong format, go do something else. Things that you want to avoid when you're testing these types of AI models is avoid saying this is always going to return the exact same value, because it won't. There's, of course, ways to kind of increase the chances there, but long story short, you're not going to get that consistently going there every time. So you have to kind of debate, like, is that worth having a test that's going to be super flaky because of the AI model, and so forth. So with that said, we thought about this idea of like, hey, what if we could give the AI like a better set of defined functions, specifically for the JSON issue? And it turns out that same week we were talking about that, they came out with this function calling API. A lot of the features that I'm talking about today, you could just look them up on the OpenAI API documentation. There's a lot of cool details in there. But essentially what this option gave us is the idea of, hey, we have an app. Let's show the AI, here's a list of functions we could call, and the AI will decide when to call those. And so that's kind of an interesting thought. And the feature that we added there that utilized that was this idea of a chat. So we go back and forth, similar to ChatGPT, but at some point we have a button like create a new document, for example, or whatever the function in your app may be. We were able to utilize the AI to use that via that feature, and that was a pretty awesome thing. And the idea there is, well, if it called a function and the function had an argument that was of type of JSON, it will probably return JSON was kind of the big hope, right? And so we did that. It was pretty good. So we go through the code. We essentially add the functions down here. We say it's type JSON and so forth. And of course, we get some good results. And overall, works pretty good. So we see there's valid JSON right there. And we celebrate, woohoo, and it's all fun times, right? And so we think about this, we think about the consistency as far as API contracts goes via that earlier example versus the very inconsistent whatever's in your prompt, that type of thing. Functions callings kind of falls in between there in my mind, where for the most part, it's fairly consistent, but you do have some kind of weird stuff depending on what you input there. So long story short, function calling increased our number to 85%. We were very happy. And of course, 85 is still not very good. So the question came up is, do we even need JSON? JSON's nice to use when you're parsing stuff out, but what if maybe there's some alternatives? And of course, we tried Markdown. Markdown is pretty good. Depending on your use case, that may or may not be of benefit there. But really just going back to simple parsing, line break parsing, that type of stuff, that seemed to work very well because there's less chance that the AI will actually mess stuff up. So for what it's worth, that's kind of our go-to option currently. And of course, giving example outputs, that's always a big benefit there. So with that said, we increased our number to 90%. Woo, we celebrate, but we're still not at 100%. So I want to just briefly talk about some of these other things that we've learned with dealing with the AI API here. So very first thing is a lot of times the AI will return a 200 status, but it will fail for a number of reasons, including bad format. It'll maybe return a response that's like 20 times longer than you expected it to be. And of course, there's also it's returning a response. It just kind of cut mid-sentence and it gave up. And it's like, well, what the heck? What's going on there? And of course, one of my favorites, sometimes it just returns a blank string and you're just like, oh, that wasn't very helpful. So whatever, that's cool. So ways to retry. So very much when you're using some of these models in your apps, think about the retry strategies. In this case, exponential retry is typically a thing that I would recommend there. A handful of libraries there for you to use if you want that. Another thing in the OpenAI's API is this N argument. So this basically allows us to go and say, hey, if the first version that it returns is bad, you could actually specify, I want to return 20 versions of this, and with the same amount of latency, it'll actually return 20 different versions. So if the first one is bad, go to the next one. If that's bad, go to the next one, and you have, in this case, 20 different chances that it'll be good, which ideally you wouldn't have to do, but we played around with that and it actually worked in some cases pretty well there. So we're okay with that, right? And of course, the downside there is we use up more tokens. So covering the really long responses here. So there's some additional API arguments in there. So if you want to look up the max tokens, look up the stop. But ultimately, we found that in order to stop the runaway train, we want to adjust our API prompts to be very more specific, give examples, that type of thing. So also, my favorite here is, sometimes we say, hey, return 5 responses. I think my high score was, you say, AI, return 5 responses, and we got 42 responses back. And you're just like, I don't know if you know how to count. What's going on? So for what it's worth, ChatGPT models sometimes return a bit more than you expect to. So another thing that we hit here is when the requests are too large. I want to talk just very briefly about tokens. Anyone ever mess with tokens in here? AI tokens? Awesome. So a handful of people. So the way that they essentially count the credits that you're using there is via tokens. So long story short, these tokens are part of built into the model. They go down to embeddings, they call them, which is effectively a numerical representation of each of these tokens. And of course, roughly 4 characters in English is about 1 token. There's a bunch of details and I won't get into that too far, but just know that we started counting tokens because there are limitations when you use some of these models. They call it the context window there. And so we're able to count our tokens before we actually hit the limits, that type of thing. And that seemed to work very well. Other things to try, send up less context, fall back to the bigger context window versions of the model. So there's like GPT-4, 16K, versus 32K, that type of thing. You could chunk things, and of course, chain requests. All those things help with essentially making sure that we are returning the responses we want. And then just want to briefly touch on this one. This one seems to happen with pretty much anyone I talk to that has used the OpenAI API. It's like, hey, there's too many requests. The key thing there is if you run into that, check the headers, and these headers right here will tell you essentially if you're hitting a rate limit or not. So very helpful there. It took me a little bit to figure that one out. And so long story short, with all of these things, we're able to get our percentage of success up to 99%. And we say 99 is great. There's a lot of additional things we could probably try, but like apps throw errors all the time. That's perfectly fine. We have some degree of errors in there. And so we're okay with that, knowing, of course, that with time, the models are going to get better. And ultimately, we're going to get to the 100%. We're just at the point where it's like, do we want to spend additional time trying to figure this out, or are we good where we're at? And so that's essentially where we left off there, and where we currently are at. And so we're happy with the results because there's a lot of cool things you do with AI. And so with that said, thanks everyone for listening. And if you have questions, let me know.
Thank you very much. Please do join me. Now, I will tell you there are 28 upvotes on questions. 27 of them are for one question, which you can refuse to answer. And it's, people are laughing because they know which one it is. Todd, how did you bypass the captchas?
Yep. So there are...
You knew it was coming, didn't you?
So hypothetically, there are services out there that you could pay money to have people bypass captchas, which hypothetically, I'm pretty sure it's just some outfit, some company somewhere that has people at computers that are just manually pressing the CAPTCHA buttons, hypothetically. So I would not endorse such a thing, but
never.
But that is a thing that's probably out there. So,
yeah.
But good question.
Yeah, but potentially, maybe in some world.
It's like theoretically possible. So
this question's kind of interesting. Towards the start of your talk, you spoke about that first experiment of building a ChatGPT API, and this question asks, how did you discover those limitations, like the CAPTCHA, like you gave some other examples?
Yep.
Or were you just having to be completely reactive to when it broke?
It's basically it's we hit the API via the app, and then when an error happens, we go check the server, and we see, oh, it's because this isn't working. And so it was very much reactive of like, we didn't know this would be an issue, but it makes sense it would be an issue, and now we have to go and figure it out somehow, right?
Was there a point, and I think you kind of described it in your talk that there was there a point where you just went, you know what, there's one too many reactive compromises here, let's basically just can it for now?
Yep, it served the purpose of helping us understand what we could do with it, but yeah, definitely not something we would push in front of users because it just wasn't good, so.
It did what it needed to.
Yep, it was more of a learning exercise, right? So
in your talk, you mentioned that I think it's an OpenAI API, not ChatGPT API, but the API now supports JSON responses. How reliable is the format of the response that is returned?
Yes, so they did add support for format as JSON essentially. The one thing to the caveat there is it'll return valid JSON, meaning if you JSON parse it, it will parse it successfully. However, it will not necessarily match whatever schema you want of whatever the shape of the JSON is. And so that you still have to go and do some prompt engineering and likely include one or two examples of what does valid JSON look like in the format that I want it in. But yeah, definitely it helps with at least the base issue of you can't parse this at all.
Interesting. And then I suppose you can test against the structure of it then.
Yep.
Yeah. There's this really interesting question here, which I wondered too. Do the current state of these AI APIs actually cause us to compromise the way we would write code to handle the fact that they are so non-deterministic? And is that a problem?
Yeah, I feel like that's a problem, but there's also kind of the hope for the future of like, eventually the models will get better, eventually we'll have less compromises, but definitely the past year as I've been working on this stuff, it feels like there's a bunch of extra stuff where if you were just to hit like a normal API, you would never have to do all these weird things. But because it's non-deterministic, because the model is very creative, and given there are ways to kind of tweak that and make it less creative, in some cases you can't do that because of what you want back from the model. You basically have to kind of compromise and add additional effort in the code or in the tests to verify that it's working or not type of thing. So,
although you gave one example which I thought was wild personally, where you're like, does it even need to be JSON? Does it need to be JSON?
Yep.
And that is just, for me, mind-blowing. You'd be like, we are just going to fundamentally change the data structure, the data type we are expecting back because it can't be relied upon for JSON.
Yep.
And for some people, they would just say, all right, then it's a non-starter right now.
Yep. Yeah, and when you get desperate enough, you start asking those questions of, what are some other ways we could solve for this? Because once again, like, the AI is pretty awesome, but essentially taming it or controlling it sometimes is a bit harder, right? So,
have you found things like custom instructions help, or still not really?
Yeah, definitely in the prompt that we pass out, it's very custom to specifically what we want to get out of. So we have probably like 80 different prompts in our code that are unique to whatever we're trying to do there. And it's just like, yeah, very targeted use case, and it seems to work out pretty good. So
interesting, cool. This one, I think this is a meta question here. Did you use AI to write the code to call AI? Was it helpful in helping you get started? I feel like they're kind of two separate questions, but meta question.
So very much, I have used GPT-4, or I guess Playground, so 3.52, in writing some code. Based on the earlier conversation with the previous session, very much that there's some things you would want to improve there. I currently do use AI Copilot in my VS Code. It seems to be very helpful. Probably 50% of the time, it's you could trust it, but the other times it's like not very good. So my current best thinking there is, overall it helps with a lot of little things, and as long as it's doing very basic, like repetitive things, like, hey, declare this 5 different times based on this other variable, like things like that, it does a very good job at. But other things when it's a little bit more involved, not very much, and that's where you debate, based on the previous conversation of, is it really saving me time? Yes or no? It's kind of a mixed bag, but hope for the future, it'll be better. And so let's start using it. Let's start giving feedback, and hopefully things will improve, right?
Even for those repetitive tasks, still validation is necessary. Come and ask me during lunch about translating a conference schedule into 3 time zones, and as the day went on, the times became wrong. And I invited speakers at the wrong hours of the day. Sometimes not even the wrong hours, the wrong minutes. It made it up as time went on. And I validated the first 20% and went, looks good. Wasn't enough. Absolute mess. So I can tell you that story in more depth over lunch. This is a really interesting question. So contract testing requires you to validate the contract against an API, but with the non-deterministic nature of large language models, how can you possibly do that?
Yep, and that's it was like a mind-blowing, like I still don't fully grasp exactly the best way to do that, but you do have, on the one hand, you have some degree of contract that stays the same, but yeah, on the dynamic side, it's just I don't know. That feels like one of those areas that we're going to be better at as time goes on. You know, a lot of people are trying to solve for that. You know, I think of the data scientists and the machine learning engineers that I've talked to over the past few years, and at some point that's going to merge with kind of the more classic, you know, software testing, software engineering realm. It already kind of is, and I think once they figure, you know, there's a lot of ways to kind of test the correctness of the actual models that you're building. But in this case, when we're essentially just relying on a third-party model, you can't get into some of those details. But I would say if you can, that's really where the core of the value-adding tests and verification is on the actual model itself. So if you can control the model, that's awesome. But if you can't, which in our case, if we're using OpenAI, you can't really control it. So you're left with like this weird, like, I don't know exactly the best way, but I think with time we're going to figure that out a bit more. Because ultimately it goes back to, if the model has issues, that team that maintains the model should be the ones fixing the issues. But in some cases, because we're using what we're using, it's not as straightforward as that, right? So
at least it's more straightforward than the ChatGPT API at the very start a year ago.
So,
please join me in giving Todd a massive round of applause for a thoroughly interesting talk and conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.